I'd grab my flight.
Okay.
And then.
Go to St. George.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. All right, who is this person, Maureen Migliaria, that's in the,
Well, that's the drug analyst for me and Adam's guard drug.
all right, are you still going forward with the contestant?
I'm gonna talk to my client, see if we.
All right.
Very much like to avoid a contest.
Okay, all right, we'll see where we are.
Very happy.
Okay.
Would be
And
beneficial.
I'm not quite sure where I am
Okay.
on mine.
So,
Like,
I think it was 6 on the bill. And then the offer.
What is printed?
Yeah.
Where's the whole pack? But the top one is what you're. It's just like, no.
yeah.
Aggravated assault, felon possession, and adultery. I think it said you didn't do it.
To refresh your memory, just for
Yeah,
convenience
not
sake.
from that. Oh, for some person.
Just be giving a report to her. I just want the first up. I think anybody else do. And then
Number
B, it makes it much easier, for them when they're having, like, when they're.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
No, no.
Staying up with evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll print out just hers, single sided.
Sure.
I typically just give them the whole thing.
Yeah.
I will do exactly that. if That's what you want.
Comes in sometime next week.
Oh, yeah, whenever.
That's
good.
That like E1.
All right.
Papers in that capital murder trial, they're gonna finish fine today, arguing tomorrow. I don't know. Well, no, this thing. I don't know what they look.
My staff is like, make sure your hair looks okay because you're on TV.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good. Something very important. I'll be right back. Okay.
6-5. 8, 8, all right.
What are you doing here?
Hmm?
You doing here?
Yeah, P-Series first share, I think. For
I don't
CTV,
think he was in.
Yeah.
Jason, any of your first share?
Yeah, yeah, he see
Yeah.
TV for sure. Yeah,
Why did I think he was in the board of seven?
I have no idea. He was maybe many moons ago. But he's been
Time
here
is
for a
starting to
while.
run in my mind.
It
I'm
does,
starting to lose
right?
track of time.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay. Somebody was asking me how long I've been in family violence and I was like, well, only like 2 years. And then I was like, no, 5 years, because it was January 2019, which was 5
Thank
years
God for
ago.
Otherwise.
I was like, oh no.
It's like when you think 2004 was 10 years ago, oh no, that was 20.
20 years ago, yeah.
When did that happen?
So that's when Hank and I graduated from high school together.
That's right.
I was possible.
Yeah.
Hank never actually graduated, but he did.
That's right. My uncle's a doctor. He never finished. He was right in medical school.
I wouldn't have any, we're not gonna say anytime soon.
Yeah. Maybe it really doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
You wanted those as well.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, Norma, this email, if you forward it to Renee Munoz.
I was not her. You're not harassing me. That's probably.
You've got the, I guess so, it's for February.
What did you say?
The picture in the
Yeah.
kitchen, the lever of the thing.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Everybody see it.
Everybody's here? All right, state, state. Did you all test the equipment?
Yes, Your Honor, we tested the,
Okay.
this thing. Now, am I gonna mess up using it when the time comes? But I did go through the file and such.
All right.
Look.
Just let me know when they're here.
Okay. Make sure.
Whenever you let me know, just don't put them on line.
Make sure that one's lit up.
Come over here.
Plaintiff.
And when I'm done with the animal, I go back to the judge.
Yes.
And if all else fails, you know, because I don't have access to it, you know who does it?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
But make sure whichever one.
I go back to the judge. Just wait for the 911.
You and shoot it. That's just.
So I'll be able to take the disc. I'm gonna approach witness with one, and then I'm gonna literally open it. Yeah, I want us to color change, but we can pop it in, and it should play because it's audio. No problem.
The audio goes through no matter what, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate it.
You put that, mic's on.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I need?
What did you? And make your work follow on that. Okay. Thank you.
And Ray, if you all will give me your email address and Victoria, your email address, I'll email to all parties the proposed jury charge. And it's just a proposal. It's not the final. So if you all will give that to me, I'll email it now.
Six, I'm not sure though. Yeah. It was a flat rate, it wasn't deferred. You said it was 60, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I think we're gonna have a contested hearing. I'm at the court's disposal as far as how y'all want.
All right. So if you all await when we have a break, and we will do contested. So,
I tell you what, I'm gonna be down the hall, looking at
Yes.
stuff. I can be here in 5 minutes if you text me. Is that good?
yes, that's good.
Okay, I'm around. I'm not gonna leave.
All right, Mr. Thomas, we're going to have a contested hearing on your case today. All right, deputies, if you all will take him to the back. Just leave him in the hold order, not downstairs.
I did.
If that is what you all want to do.
I don't know if we do, but.
Okay, yes.
I would like to make a note of technology. I would choose my class. I than mine. I thought. Is it yours?
Yeah, this has penal code.
Well, I'll give her till 3.
Substance.
And if she doesn't show, a warrant's gonna be issued.
Rules of Evidence. Yeah.
I mean, if you want it heard now, we'll hear it now.
I got the other one because I like the spiral. Yes, I don't have your email. Oh, I check his email as well. Oh, I'm the one that runs.
Okay.
I'll take up the top.
They're gonna go.
I don't like
forward.
seeing myself. Sorry, I got some.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Or not.
We go hang out with Angeline Impact.
Okay,
She's Yelling at today.
all right.
I mean, that's how do you want to spend your time?
No, we're gonna have it at break.
If you're not the focus of it.
I know, yeah.
3 or 3:30, I guess. I don't want to speak for her, but that's what it sounds like.
Yes,
Around about.
I don't, it's all fluid. I
Give me
don't
5
know.
minutes and I'll come running back. I'm not gonna leave the
All right.
courthouse.
We'll see how the witnesses are flowing and when the jurors need a break. I think probably 3-ish.
Missing. All of our problems will go away.
Oh,
My problems.
And are you okay with the office?
Yes. I'm not gonna throw a fit over that. I'm easy to get along with. I try to be at least. Yeah. Judge, yeah, it just, right, we don't have an objection, the officer here via Zoom.
Okay,
And it's gonna be a possession issue, I really, but,
okay,
you know, try to make it easy.
all right, we'll see.
There's affirmative link in possession, if not.
Yeah,
that's all there is to it.
I mean, that's the whole crux of the
So-
issue.
so what's the stipulate? I don't
Yeah.
think there is. But let me
Okay.
hang on that.
All right, thank you.
Or we could stipulate to her credentials.
Okay,
It's just a bench trial,
all right.
unless you want to hear about all her schooling.
No, I mean, however you all want to proceed.
Right.
So, Text me, I'll be around.
All right,
Look
so
for it.
they're there.
All the jurors are here, Judge, just say when and I'll put them on.
Oh, so if he can go to the back.
Oh, yeah.
And state, who is your next witness?
We're actually going to recall for a few questions, our last one, Christian.
Okay, all right. You want to have him on the witness stand?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know where Zach is, but yeah.
All right, we're going to go on the record. You ready, Dinah?
Yes, Judge.
Court is calling 2023 CR 2677, State of Texas versus David Duenas. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ally Jackson for the state.
Raymond Martinez, Victoria Cruz for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Duenas? Are both parties ready to proceed, state,
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'll have a seat. Okay, you didn't want me to try to find which room you were in? Yes, we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Oh, please be seated. We're standing for you. And just so you all know, there's no assigned seating. You can sit wherever you want to sit over there. All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State recalls Christian Rodriguez.
All right, you're still under oath. Again, make sure you keep your voice up so the jurors can hear and the court reporter can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Christian.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead and adjust your mic to make sure it's nice and close to you, and just remember to finish hearing my question before you answer, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So going back, what we discussed yesterday, on the night of September 11th, 2022, after the gunshot fired, you ran away, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point after that, did you call 911?
Yes, ma'am.
How close in time did you call 911?
Within a minute.
What was your state of mind when you called 911?
I was freaked out with a bunch of adrenaline and hurt
And when you say hurt, how are you hurt?
by my knee.
And you said it was within a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately, what was your purpose in calling 911?
To be able to get help as fast as I can for not only my safety, but for my friend and Danessa.
What do you mean for your friend and Danessa's safety?
Because I didn't know what was going on while I had ran away.
Did you know where David had gone?
No, ma'am.
Did you know where the gun was?
Honest persons.
Did you know where Danessa or Charles were, or if they were still at the truck?
When I ran, they were still in the vicinity of the truck.
You were calling to seek help for them and for their safety, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance since that night to listen to the 911 call you made?
No, ma'am, until before coming in.
Okay, so you have listened to the
Yes, ma'am.
911 call. Okay. Was that when you listened to the 911 call, was it the complete phone call you had with 911?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was on the phone call when you listened to it? Was it your voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you identify yourself?
I believe so.
And who was the person you were speaking to on the 911 call?
The 911 operator.
And when you reviewed the 911 call, was that a fair and accurate representation of the call as you made it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, ma'am. The 911.
The 911 call, and how do you recognize it?
My name, 911, and my initials.
Okay, and you put those initials on there?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you put those initials on there?
With 10 minutes ago.
Okay, was it after listening to the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the entire 911 call?
The entire yes.
Your Honor, subject to defense's approval, we are seeking to admit State's Exhibit number 10.
We object, Judge. Can we approach?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you all step out briefly. There's a matter I need to take up outside your presence. Remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to start discussing internally or with anyone else what you've heard in this courtroom. You're not allowed to do any investigations or deliberations. Everything that you need to decide this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. I'm thinking it'll be about 10 minutes. All right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, you may question the witness.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, after September of 2022 up until today, how many times have you heard that 911 call? What you think is a 911 call
One time.
today?
Yes, sir.
And you've never heard the official version from the 911 that's maintained by the city?
No, sir.
So the gist of what you're telling us is, you think that's your voice on the audio, correct?
I know it is my voice.
Okay. But you don't know who the other person on the audio call is, correct?
To my knowledge, to call 911, it's a dispatcher.
And you don't know whether or not anybody has altered or tampered with that 911 call?
No, sir.
Because you don't have it memorized word for word from September of 22 to January of 24, right?
I recognize everything that I had said from that night. I recognize some key points that I had mentioned in the 911 call.
But you don't know if it's an exact duplication of what is actually maintained by the true custodian of the records.
It's all recorded, so I would assume it would be the exact.
And that's my point, Mr. Hurd, because you're assuming that that is complete and unaltered and unedited version, but you don't know that for a fact.
No, sir.
And you never could,
Correct.
unless somebody furnished you an authenticated version of the original.
Is that a yes or no?
That's okay. You don't have to answer that. And you're not familiar with how these records are maintained,
No, sir.
and you're not even sure that version you listened to, where that came from.
No, sir.
You just came to the DA's office and somebody played that for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you said, yep, that sounds like me.
Yes, sir.
I recognize that.
Yes, sir.
But again, because you recognize your voice, you're still not telling us that you're sure that that's a complete 100% accurate duplication of what's maintained by the city.
I just recognize my voice. That's all, sir.
That's all I have, Judge.
Steve?
Just a few questions, Christian. Do you identify yourself by name in that phone call?
I believe so, yes.
And you recognize your voice, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognized the events described.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any from, I know you just listened to it once, but did you notice any weird cuts or anything that seemed changed to you or that was missing?
Not at all.
Upon listening to it, did you feel that there was anything that you hadn't said that was included in there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so upon listening to it, as you recalled, that was the 911 call you made,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was you speaking to 911 dispatch.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Mr. Rodriguez, do you have any training with audiovisual equipment
No, sir.
or IT information technology?
No, sir.
So when counsel asks you a question like, did you hear anything that might suggest to you that it might have been altered or tampered with? You don't have any expertise to be able to even answer that question, do you?
No, sir.
Again, you recognize your voice. That's what you can tell us.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
All right.
Nothing further, Judge.
So I don't know if it's been offered, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, if I could hear it, because I've never heard it,
Yes, Judge.
and then I can make my ruling.
That's getting it queued up.
Sure. No, my mute.
Hold on. Oh, there, it's over here. There we go. That way, yeah. Mhm. It's just-
Judge, at some point, hopefully before you rule, I'd like to get my full objection on the record.
Oh, no, we will. I just want to hear it.
Sorry. That's everything. And then you're gonna need to unmute it, my friend. For you to go. Or- there you go.
You want to maybe we start playing it?
Yes.
San Antonio Police, this is Sophia. Do you need police, fire, or EMS?
I need police. At the cars next to Casablanca. No, the Casablanca movie theater. This guy started shooting at me. Yes, he's there right now. Hurry, please.
You know, for?
Yes, yes, get over here, please, now.
Sure, I need a location to send them. I have to figure it out. Okay?
Give me a second.
I got you out there. Who's this guy? What do you look like? Are you hit? Hello?
It's at the,
He's still shooting at you, sir?
Avocet Apartments. It's at the Avocet Apartments. Oh my God, don't you have a location?
Just like.
AVOCET. He shot at me a while ago. His name is David Duenas. Literally like 2 minutes ago, I fucking twisted my knee, trying to run away. I'm sorry? David Duenas.
Sir, I heard the name. Do you need an ambulance for your leg? Are you hit or
No.
anything?
I don't even know, my adrenaline is rushing right now. I need you to get tossed over here.
Which way did he go?
I can tell you the apartment.
He ran into an apartment?
I don't know, but he hit my girlfriend with a pistol. We were trying to pick up my girlfriend's son, and he went crazy.
What's going on?
I need an ambulance. I think my knee's broken.
Get him over there right now. And, all right.
Please.
And where did David Duenas go?
I don't know. I ran away so I can call you.
Where's your girlfriend at?
I ran away from my truck.
I
As
understand.
soon as you get into the apartment, go to the left. The left gate is the first apartment on the left. It's in between the apartments and the carport.
Your name, sir?
Christian Rodriguez is David Duenas. He works at North Star Dodge on San Pedro. He's a salesman there. If you don't hear from me after this, just please write that down. My girlfriend's name is Denessa, DENASSA Gonzalez.
Do you know where she's at right now?
She's here too. It's me and my buddy Charles Watterson. He also lives in the apartment too.
What apartment, sir?
Oh God. I told you, AVOCET
Sir, I
apartment.
know the name of the apartment. What's the number?
I don't know. I don't live here. I just came to pick up my girlfriend's son. I need help for my knee. I need to make sure this dude gets locked up because he fucking shot at me.
What kind of truck do you have?
What?
What kind of truck do you have that you're buying?
It's a maroon single cab Dodge truck. It's my friend's truck. I cannot walk. My knee is fucked up.
I've already sent the call out. We're getting a lot of calls on there. Exactly what is your location so the fire department can find you?
I'm in the apartment complex. Enter to the right side, oh my God. Enter to the right side after the pool. It's that first apartment complex on the left. And I'm on the inner side by a staircase in a corner. I gotta hang up. I need to make sure my girlfriend's okay.
All right, and with the call you back, your phone number is 210-441-0331?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have the fire department on the way, I have the police on the way, okay? All right, bye.
And that's the entirety, Judge.
All right. All right, I'll hear argument.
Judge, for this type of evidence, there's very specific rules of evidence regarding authentication. Clearly, this item, this disc, this recording does not fit the category of self-authentication. Therefore, it has to be authenticated by one of the procedures set out in the rules. And it's most commonly done by a custodian of the records where this type of recording or this type of evidence is regularly recorded. And the reason we do it that way is because that's how we know that it hasn't been tampered with, that it hasn't been created by somebody other than the official means of creating a 911 call. All he's been able to tell us is that that is his voice. That does not fit the requirements of the rules of evidence for authentication. Because if it did, we wouldn't even have a need for authentication rules in the rules of evidence. That's the exclusive manner in which we authenticate items of evidence. And this one clearly fits the category of records kept in the regular course of business. And so that's why every time we offer these 911 calls, we always bring the same witness. She gives the same testimony describing how the records are kept and why it meets the requirements of the rules of evidence for authentication. And so in his inability to tell you whether or not it's been altered, amended, whether it's an exact duplicate of what's kept with the 911 calls, proves my point that it's not authenticated and should not be admitted.
Your Honor, this is in no way self-authentication. We are at this point offering our witness Christian as an to authenticate it. He has listened to the call. He recognizes his voice. He recognizes the conversation with the 911 operator and the situation it was made. He has testified that it is the entirety of the 911 call as he made it, and it is what was put into evidence and or what was put onto e-discovery and accepted by defense. This is what has been in evidence this entire time, Your Honor. We believe that at this point, he has authenticated himself on the 911 call, and that any question about whether or not this is the official thing kept by 911 as a regular course of business would go to weight, not admissibility.
All right. Any other argument, defense, before the court makes its ruling? I want to make sure that the record is clear.
Yes, Judge. The fact that we've been given evidence in the discovery phase of the trial is of no consequence. We could literally come to court and object to every single thing we were given in discovery. The fact that we have it doesn't mean we're acquiescing and saying this is admissible evidence. It's just things that you've given us, right? And he specifically told us he doesn't know whether it's a complete call or not a complete call, which raises other issues. I can't make arguments that we missed something or we know or don't know that it's complete because he's not a custodian of the records. The custodian specifically goes through an exhaustive process of making sure that in fact it's the entire call and double checks the records and make sure they have the beginning and the end, all of that. We have none of that through his testimony. Therefore, it should not be admissible.
All right. All right, then the court will make its ruling. Defense's objection is overruled. Can we line the jurors up? Thank you.
All right, for the jury?
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor, we would offer State's Exhibit 10 into evidence.
Judge, we object is not properly authenticated.
All right, and defense, your objection is noted. The objection will be overruled. State's Exhibit number 10 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
San Antonio Police, this is Sophia. Do we need police, fire, or EMS?
I need police at the corners next to Casablanca. No, the Casablanca movie theater. This guy started shooting at me. Yes, he's there right now. Hurry, please. Yes, yes, get over here, please, now.
I got you out there. Who's the guy? Are you hit? Hello?
It's at the,
He's still shooting at you there.
Avista Apartments. It's at the Avista Apartments. Oh my God, don't you have my location? AVOCET. He shot at me a while ago. His name is David Duenas. Literally like 2 minutes ago, I fucking twisted my knee trying to run away. I'm sorry? David Duenas.
I heard the name. Do you need an ambulance for your leg? Are you hit
No.
or anything?
I don't even know. My adrenaline is rushing right now. I need you to get tossed over here.
Which way did he go?
I can tell you the apartment.
He ran into an apartment?
I don't know, but he hit my girlfriend with a pistol. We were trying to pick up my girlfriend's son, and he went crazy.
What's going on?
I need an ambulance. I think my knee's broken.
Getting him over there right now. And, all right.
Please.
And where did David Duenas go?
I don't know. I ran away so I can call you.
Where's your girlfriend at?
I ran away from my truck.
I understand.
I seen it against the apartment. Go to the left. The left gate is the first apartment on the left. It's in between the apartments and the carport.
Your name, sir?
Christian Rodriguez. It's David Duenas. He works at North Star Dodge on San Pedro. He's a salesman there. If you don't hear from me after this, just please write that down. My girlfriend's name is Denessa, Denassa Gonzalez.
Do you know where she's at right now?
She's here too. It's me and my buddy Charles Watterson. He also lives in the apartment too.
What apartment, sir?
Oh God. I told you, AVOCET.
Sir, I know the name of the apartment. What's the number?
I don't know. I don't live here. I just came to pick up my girlfriend's son. I need help for my knee. I need to make sure this dude gets locked up because he fucking shot at me.
What kind of truck do you have?
What?
What kind of truck do you have that you're
It's
buying?
it's a maroon single cab Dodge truck. It's my friend's truck. I cannot walk. My knees fucked up.
I've already sent the call out. We're getting a lot of calls on there. Exactly what is your location so that fire department can find you?
I'm in the apartment complex, enter to the right side, or, oh my God. Enter to the right side, after the pole, it's that first apartment complex on the left. And I'm on the inner side by a staircase in the corner. I gotta hang up. I need to make sure my girlfriend's okay.
All right, and with the call you back, your phone number is 210-441-0331?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have the fire department on the way, I have the police on the way, okay? All right, bye.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
Mr. Rodriguez, since you've had the opportunity to listen to this call, has that changed any of the testimony that you gave yesterday?
No, sir.
So the manner in which you describe the conflict between Danessa and David near the truck, you're not changing that.
No, sir.
And when you say that they came over towards your side of the truck and then there was some physical interaction between her and David in between the car and the car next to it and the truck, that's still the same, right?
Yes, sir.
And when she is grabbing on him and pulling him shirt or whatever she's doing, you're not changing that.
No, sir.
And when you told us yesterday that the gun went off after she's pulling his arm or his shirt, whichever one it is, and it causes him to point his arm in a certain direction, and the gun goes off, you're not changing that testimony either.
Not changing anything from yesterday.
Okay. Now approach the witness, Judge.
Yes. Do you need a Kleenex?
Yes, please.
I'm going to show you what's been marked defense exhibit number 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's Charles's truck.
Okay, the same one that you've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And number 2. What's that a depiction of?
The same truck, sir.
Okay. In the defendant's exhibit number 2, it looks like there's a car parked next to the truck. Was that car there at the time that all the events that occurred yesterday that you described occurred?
Yes, sir.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of not only the truck, but the car next to it at the time that this incident occurred?
Yes, sir.
Subject to objections, every opportunity.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then states exhibit 2 and 3 are admitted without objection.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes. And I'm sorry, did I say states exhibit?
Maybe.
Defendants exhibits 2 and 3 are admitted without objection.
So as we're looking at that picture of the truck, is that the way that Charles initially parked the truck?
Yes, sir.
And he's sitting in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're in the passenger seat.
Yes, sir.
And when you described yesterday how David and Danessa were in a conflict or in some kind of confrontation, was that happening in front of the truck?
Yes, sir. Majority.
So would Charles have been, were you and Charles sitting in such a way that you would be facing them in front of the truck?
Yes, sir. Clear as day.
Was there anything obstructing your view that you can remember?
Not at all, sir.
Could you follow as they moved in front of the truck and move towards the right side of the truck?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason why Charles wouldn't have seen all of the things that you described that occurred yesterday?
No, sir.
At any point, did he move away from where he was or get distracted in any way, if you know? that would prevented him from seeing what was going on.
Not to my knowledge.
So his testimony about what occurred that day in terms of David, Vanessa, and yourself outside of the vehicle up until the time the shot was fired and you ran. In your opinion, he was in a position to see all of that
Yes, sir.
and should be able to describe all of that.
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that all of those events took place in the matter of maybe less than a minute?
Possibly. It was really fast.
Have you had the opportunity to discuss what happened that day since then with Charles?
Not really, no, sir. Just probably that same night.
Do you still have contact with him?
Yes, sir. He's my friend.
Okay, so you guys see each other all the time,
Yes, sir. Whenever time permits.
regularly?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And you're saying that the two of you have never discussed your testimony before today?
No, sir.
I'm assuming you've known, or have you known for a while, that a day may come where you would have to come to court to testify?
I hope it wouldn't have, but I was thinking it was gonna come.
And so Charles, to your knowledge, Charles was aware of that as well.
Yes, sir. We didn't know anything was going on.
But over the months leading up to the trial that began yesterday, you've been aware of court settings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been made aware that you may be called to court to testify.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that neither you and Charles or you and Danessa, well, let's go with Charles first. Neither you or Charles have discussed what you would be testifying to when the day came.
No, sir.
Are you and Danessa still in a relationship?
Yes, sir.
And so likewise with her, have you since that date discussed the events of that evening?
No, sir.
Never.
Don't like to remember it.
And when it got closer to being a court date and you became aware that you might have to actually come to court and explain to people what happened, you still didn't discuss it with them?
No, sir.
Had you ever come to the DA's office and shared information with them before the court date happened?
Yes, sir.
Did you share that with her?
No, sir.
Did she ever come down to the DA's office and talk to them about the case?
Yes, sir.
Did she share with you what they talked about?
No, sir.
So the two of you have just been 100% quiet with each other about everything having to do with this case.
Yes, sir. There's too much anxiety.
Okay. I'll pass it.
I have further questions from the state, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state, don't know what defense wants, Your Honor.
We don't need him.
All right. The rule has been invoked. Again, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony or view anything. The only persons you're allowed to speak with are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
State calls Charles Watterson, Your Honor.
Oh, and Diana? Diana, you're not in any of the rooms on my screen. But we can handle it at break. Okay. All right, if you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Charles Watterson,
And how do you spell your last name?
Watterson.
All right, state.
Charles, how are you today?
Very well. How are you doing today, sir?
Good. So Charles, what do you do for a living?
I am a technology specialist at B&W San Antonio.
And how long have you been there?
Going on 4 years.
From San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
On September 11th, 2022, what apartment complex were you living in? Is
Avocet Apartments.
that in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
In Bear County?
Sir.
So Charles, let's go to September 11th, 2022. Where were you that day? Take me to the start of your day.
So the start of my day was, or from what I remember, just being that Danessa and Christian invited me to go out to Little Woodrow's just to watch the Cowboys play the Buccaneers. I was a little late. I was walking my dog, so I didn't get there until about a few minutes into the first quarter. Had a burger, had one Coca-Cola. Service was slow, and then by the time that I knew it, they said that they had to leave for their own reasons. I didn't want to stay, so I was just like, okay, I'll go home. Was taking off home, did get a call from Christian saying that his truck could not start and if I could give him a jump. And I said, absolutely.
Object non-responsive.
All right, the objection to non-responsive will be overruled.
And Charles, what we're gonna
I
do
would
is,
object to the narrative of his answer in the sense that no
Sustained.
question's been asked.
Charles, I'm just gonna walk you through it. We'll just break things up a little bit more.
Sure.
So you get to Little Woodrow's, and how long were you there for approximately?
I know that we didn't even stay till halftime, so probably about 3 to 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
And at that point, did you leave Little Woodrow's? Or where did you go after that 3 to 5 minutes left in the second quarter?
I was on my way home, but that's when I was trying to navigate out of the parking lot, and Christian did call me saying that his truck did not start. So
Okay, I apologize. So after Christian calls you, saying his truck didn't start, what did you do next?
I drove back to try to give him a jump, but one, my battery cables were not long enough. And two, within where his truck was positioned, it was faced into the parking spot. Cars were on both sides, didn't necessarily have an opportunity to go ahead and give him that jump that he needed.
Okay, so after you were unable to jump his truck, what did you guys do next?
What we did next is Danessa stated that she just needed to get Diani. So I just said, okay, I can just take you guys there. It's no problem. And then we proceeded on our way there.
On the way from Little Woodrow's to Diani, to the apartment complex, how long was that drive?
Nothing less than probably about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes most.
If you want to go ahead and move the mic closer a little bit, if you want. Sorry, it's a big courtroom.
Oh, you're okay.
So you get to the apartment complex, and where did you park?
We parked along the back side of the building because that's where Danessa asked me to park.
And after you parked, what happened next?
She got out of the truck and Christian stayed in the passenger seat. I stayed in the driver's seat and we just waited. I was scrolling Instagram. I was just scrolling Facebook just to pass the time. Didn't know how long the situation would be, but I was just being patient at the time.
When Danessa left the truck, what direction did she go?
She went around the front of the truck and left and straight around the building.
After she took a left, could you still see her?
No.
And if Christian's in the passenger, you were in the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
How long did you have to wait before you then next saw Danessa?
Possibly just less than 5 minutes at most.
And did you see her first? Did you see the defendant David first?
I saw David first.
And is that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
He is wearing the gray vest, sir.
And Your Honor, let the record please reflect that the witness has correctly identified the defendant. So when you saw David coming, can you just describe kind of what you observed?
It was an aggressive walk towards the truck, kind of seeing it. I didn't think anything of it, so I looked back down at my phone. Next thing I know, he was banging on the glass with the pistol in hand, banging on it as well as dragging it down the glass and saying that, sorry, do I use expletives in the courtroom or no?
Yes.
He was saying, motherfucker, do you want to talk? I'm here, let's talk. Thinking that I was in fact Christian during that time frame.
So we'll break that up. So David comes, he's the first person you see. Did you see Danessa at the same time, or where was she in relation to David?
Danessa was trailing David at the time.
And does he kind of make a beeline to the driver's side, or how does he walk?
Object to leading the witness, Judge.
Sustained.
How did David approach the vehicle?
I would just say from his walk, from his character, from everything, it was just a very aggressive walk. That was just straight from the sidewalk, straight to the driver's side door. So
And How loud was the banging on the window?
Very loud, sir.
And you mentioned he was banging with a gun.
Yes, sir.
Could you see the gun?
Within the light that was shining behind him, you can make out, as well as the barrel that was pointing up, as well as the butt of the gun that was actually hitting the window.
When you say the light behind him, what do you mean by that?
So there is a light post that is across the street. That would probably be the closest light in that area for the driver's side truck. That was the only light that was available to me to where I can make out the shape of the gun as well as that he had in his hand during that time.
After he said what you testified he said to you,
Hmm?
What did he do next?
Christian responded saying that in an apologetic manner, he's not the guy that you want to talk to. I am. He did not want me to get involved because I was just a third party. I was just one that was helping
Now, did Christian say that from the passenger seat, or where did he make that statement from?
in the passenger seat. So
Did Christian get out of the car at any point?
at that point, no, but he did afterwards.
When Christian got out of the car, what happened next?
When he got out of the car, what happened next? I was already in a panic just because seeing the gun, hearing the gun banging on my glass, I looked down at my phone, typed 911 in because I knew that if the situation was already at that point, it wasn't going to get any better. So looking at it from where I saw it next, Danessa was to the side and or behind him from where the truck was. And Christian was in the area between my truck on the passenger side and then the car on the other side.
And how far apart were the two men?
Less than arm's length.
And could you hear anything being said between them?
He was being apologetic, actually, at first, Christian was, because he did not mean to put them in that situation, truck not starting, them being late. He actually genuinely just didn't want to talk at the beginning, and then the situation escalated.
And after the apologies from Christian to David, did you hear any statements from David to Christian?
I did not, say.
How long were they standing in between your vehicle and the vehicle that was parked to the right of you, next to you?
About less than 30 seconds.
And what did you observe in that 30 seconds?
Looking down at my phone, making sure they was still available, that 911 was there. The next thing that I did observe was Danessa's head flying back. And then from there, Mr. Duenas throwing a punch, Christian throwing one back, and then the immediate pistol drawn and shot.
After the fist flew, how quickly after that did you see the gunshot?
Less than about 10 seconds.
And did you have a clear view of the defendant?
A clear view?
I apologize. Did you have a clear view of David at the time that the shot was fired?
I had somewhat of an obstructed view just because of the depression within the concrete or depression within the actual parking spot itself. So all I could go ahead and see was torso up at the time.
Did you see the gun at that time?
I did not. After he walked around to the passenger side of the truck, I did not see the gun past that point, but I did know that he still did have it on his person.
Did you see the defendant's arm?
Yes.
What did you observe the defendant's arm to look like?
The defendant's arm to look like
What movement did you see?
an immediate raising of the actual pistol and then the firing of the weapon, sir.
And was it straight in the air, to the ground? Where was the pistol aimed?
The pistol was aimed at Christian. There was no intent besides any of that harm, sir.
And again, at that exact moment, how far apart were the two men?
Still within arm's reach, sir.
Did you hear anything after the shot was fired, or did you hear the shot fired?
I heard the shot fired. I saw the flash. Panics was the first reaction that I had emotionally, just because you don't know if he was hit. So seeing Christian stumble back, I didn't know if I was going to see him running behind the truck away, if he was just going to fall as a corpse. That was the first thing that my impression. So fear, shock.
After the shot rang out, do you remember where Christian went after that?
He ran along the back end side of the truck, around the driver's side door, and took off.
And where did David go?
I did not see where David went.
What about Danessa?
Danessa, I did not see either. I just saw her trailing, saying that she was going to try to find him before she took off in a direction. But I was just more concerned with trying to get 911 on the phone at that point.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, Charles, if you want to just take a quick moment to kind of rifle through and take a look at each of the photos I've put in front of you.
Yes, sir.
And in general terms, do you recognize the photos that I've shown you?
Yes, sir.
And what are they photos of?
The first photo would be that of a wide angle of the truck. Afterwards, it would be an angle of the actual damage that was caused to the side window with the banging as well as the sliding of the weapon across my window.
And Charles, I'm just to clarify, are all of the photos I've shown you, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle as it looked that night?
Yes, sir.
Pending any defense objection, Your Honor, the state would offer states 11 through states 16 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right, states exhibits number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please publish to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Charles, we're just gonna go through these one by one. I'll show them here so the jury can kind of concurrently view what you and I are talking about.
Sir.
Charles, can you see that? Is it zoomed properly for your identification purposes? Okay. So, Charles, again, this is State's Exhibit 11. What are we looking at here?
That is a side angle of the driver's side of my truck, sir.
And Your Honor, may I use the well? If that's
Yes.
okay? Thank you.
You want him to step down?
No, Your Honor, that's okay, but I appreciate it. Now, Charles, please forgive my bad handwriting. That is State's Exhibit number 12. What are we seeing in this photo?
We are seeing the smear marks from his hands banging on the glass, as well as the scratch marks shown right here on the side are from the gun dragging along the window.
Now you're pointing to your screen, so I think
I apologize.
Her Honor was clairvoyant.
Would you like to step down from the witness stand?
If you could please.
All right, thank you.
And then Charles, if you want to just go ahead and point here to the scratch marks you had mentioned.
So these are going to be the scratch marks as we see right here. 1 as well 2, and then dragging formation.
And then Charles, this is State's Exhibit number 13. What are we looking at in that photo?
That is the backside of my truck, sir.
And then Charles, this is State's Exhibit number 14. What are we looking at in this photo?
We are looking at the passenger side of my truck, sir.
Is that the same vehicle that white vehicle, is that the same one that was parked to the right of your truck at the time of the incident?
Yes, sir.
Now, Charles, this is State's Exhibit number 15, and what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the alleyway, or the walkway between the two vehicles.
And then Charles, kind of where I'm pointing back here, kind of on this horizon, this background. You actually live in this apartment complex, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So to the best of your knowledge, what is back there?
That is just a wooded area. Past the far parking spots is just a gate, a fence, and then past that is a wooden area.
And then Charles, this is State's Exhibit number 16. Oh, what are we looking at in this photo?
We're looking at the cars that are on the other side of the parking lot or from the far side, and then the wooded area in the background as well.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead and. Now, Charles, after everybody kind of took off and dispersed, what actions did you take next?
I called 911.
Just a moment of the court's time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Charles, how soon after you observed everything did you make that 911 phone call?
Less than 30 seconds.
And what was your state of mind or state of being at the time?
Panic and shock.
And why were you making that phone call?
Christian took off in a direction that I did not see. I did not even know if he was shot at that time. I don't know his state of well-being. I don't know where the defendant went. I don't know where Danessa went. I don't know the actions that are still continued even out of my field of view, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, Charles, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is a recording from the 911 phone call that I made that night.
And I apologize, Charles. Can you mind repeating that just one more time?
This is a CD on it that has the recording of the 911 phone call that I made that night.
And have you listened to that recording?
Yes,
And is that recording a fair and accurate depiction of your voice from that night?
yes, sir.
How certain are you that that's your voice from your 911 phone call?
100%, sir.
Has the recording been altered in any manner?
No, sir.
I apologize.
No, sir.
And do you recognize your voice on that phone call?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 18 into evidence. I apologize, Your Honor. It would be State's Exhibit number 17.
Objection, Judge, and a couple of questions on order, please.
Yes, you may proceed.
So, Mr. Watterson, you were asked the question, is it a duplication of what occurred on the night in question, right?
Second, sir.
Counsel just asked you if what's recorded on that disc is a duplication of your call made that night, correct?
I would say that it's a CD of everything that transpired from that night with an audio recording.
So do you know where that disc came from?
No, sir.
Do you know, have you listened to the original version of it that's kept by the custodian of the records of the 911 calls?
I have listened to this version, sir.
Okay, so the answer is no, you have not.
No, sir.
Okay. And so when you say it's an exact duplication, it's your belief that it is, you don't know for a fact that it is. Is that fair to say?
I would be fair to say if I were to listen to them hand in hand that it would be.
Okay, and so you agree with me that unless you listen to both of them, one after the other, you don't know if it's 100% accurate and complete duplication.
I would not, so.
Judge, we object that it's not properly authenticated and we'd incorporate all the arguments we made on the objection to the other 911 call. As it's exactly the same scenarios we just went through.
All right, state any further questions of the witness?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, and your argument?
Your Honor, this individual can authenticate their own voice, Your Honor. Same as, of course, the similar arguments made by state previously. This person can authenticate their own voice, and that's it. And yeah, just of course, for clarity, Your Honor, yes, this individual has listened to it and they confirm that it is their voice from their personal lived experience from their phone call from that night.
All right. Defense's objection will be overruled. State's exhibit number 17 is admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Very good. 111 was the address to the emergency.
It's 11340 Alamo Ranch Parkway.
What is your name?
My name is Charles Watterson.
What is the apartment number?
I don't know the exact apartment number. I'm just trying to help my friends get get one of their sons, get her son from one of the, her ex, one of the dad. And, there was an altercation went down and he fired a shot.
Did he fire it at you?
No, so it's, the girlfriend, it's the girlfriend's, the guy that she's with now, he fired it at him.
So your friend, you went to go pick up your friend's kid.
Okay, the mother is with me and the mother's, boyfriend, who's my friend.
Okay.
They needed me
Okay.
because their car broke down, so they needed me to go ahead and help them pick it up.
So
I'm trying to-
the old boyfriend shot at the new boyfriend.
Yes,
And what is the person, the father's name?
what's his name? David Duenas.
Is he hit?
Do you know if he shot? No, he just fired a round. He just took off?
Christian, I don't know where he's at.
Okay. We don't know where he's at. He just ran off. He shot the round, just right here, so.
But is your friend injured? Did he get hit by the?
We don't know. He ran away. Don't know.
He took off running?
Yes.
And what is the father's date of birth?
What, do you know what the date of birth is?
David?
Yes.
February 14th, 1997.
February 14, 1997.
What is he wearing?
He was wearing a black shirt and gray shorts?
Yes.
Yes.
He lives in apartment 1331.
He lives in apartment 1331.
And when he fired the firearm, where did he fire it at? Were they in the apartment? Was he in the parking
They're
lot?
outside. He's outside in the parking lot. The round is right at my foot right now.
So he came out of the apartment and came to shoot at him?
He came out to the apartment and he was already irritated and the altercation broke out, scuffle happened, and then he fired a round.
And who was the person that he shot at?
My friend, his name is Christian Rodriguez, and I don't know his date of birth.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing a. Vanessa, do you remember what he was wearing? Christian. He was wearing gray and jeans, right? A gray shirt and blue jeans.
And where's the father at now? The one who shot at him?
He took off too.
You know which way he took off running?
He took off running to the north side of the apartment complex, and I don't really want to go over there because he
No,
has
that's
stuff
fine.
done.
He literally punched me in the head.
And he also did punch the mom in the head too.
And what is her name?
Her name is Vanessa.
What is her last name?
What's her last name?
Duenas.
Duenas.
He's on the phone with Dr. now. I'm sending a police report. I'm done with it. Have you heard any news from Christian? I know.
I have not heard any news. I've been on the phone with you the entire time, and she's trying to call him as well as call her family members.
Yes, his friend Charles is the one that drove us. And you said the shell casing is there at your foot?
Yes, it's right at my foot.
What kind of vehicle are you in?
I'm in a '97 Dodge Ram.
What color is it?
Red.
Red?
Yes, ma'am.
And what building are you in front of?
This is 13, right? 13. This is
Yeah.
building 13, and we're on the back side of it.
Okay, you still haven't heard word from your friend?
No, ma'am. She's trying to get in contact with him right now. I don't know where he's at. I don't know anything.
All right, Charles, we have help coming out to you now. If anything changes between now and then, if the father comes back, if Christian comes back, we need to know if he's injured or not.
I
we
can
can-
try to get it. Do you have a possible ETA or anything?
We just have people coming to you. They're on their way now. So,
We're on the phone with 911 right now.
and don't move that shell casing. Leave it where it is. We're gonna have someone get that from you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
All right. And if either of the two come back, give us a call back. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Got you. All right, go ahead.
And Charles, how long after you made that phone call did officers arrive on scene?
A while.
And did you like move anything, the truck, the shell casing, anything? No further questions, Your Honor.
Defense?
Mr. Watterson, how long had you known Danessa before this date?
I had not known her that long, so
Okay, had you and Christian and her been out before?
no,
Had you and Christian been to Little Woodrow's before?
yes,
But this was the first time that Danessa joined you.
yes.
Okay. What was the time that the three of you had planned to meet?
Probably towards the start of the game, so the game was prime time, so around 7, but I was walking my dog, so I did come in a little bit later.
So were they already at a table when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. And what was on the table when you got there?
Nothing when I did get there, just because it was very, very busy by that time. They just wanted to wait for me at least to get food. So that's just what they were doing in that time.
And what was ordered when you did order?
Double cheeseburger and then a Coca-Cola.
Okay, but I mean, for everybody else, if you remember.
I believe Christian got a chicken sandwich, but I don't remember what Danessa did get.
What was Danessa drinking?
She was not, sir.
She didn't drink anything the whole night.
No, sir.
So when you When you get to the apartment, do you see David?
He's already waiting outside. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whose idea was it to leave Vanessa there with him?
It was hers, sir.
Okay. When you see David coming towards the vehicle, you said Vanessa's trailing behind him.
Yes, sir.
At any point, was an effort made by Vanessa or Christian or yourself just to decide to leave and not try to retrieve the child?
With him already banging at the window, that option was not an outcome at that point, sir.
Okay. But what happened between the two of them before he started walking across the parking lot?
I don't know, just because it was outside of my field of view, sir.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not Vanessa was arguing with him, whether she tried to go upstairs to his apartment or anything like that?
All we know, or all I know from what I saw in my field of view, was that she took off to go ahead and have that conversation outside with him.
What time was it when that happened?
It was barely before we left for halftime, so I would assume around 9:30.
Now, when it was made clear to David that the boyfriend was Christian and not yourself, he made his way around the truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
He walked around the front of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And what's Vanessa doing during this period of time?
Danessa is still behind him as of that moment.
Had there been any physical contact between the two of them from the time that he got to your window and walked around to the other side?
Between Danessa,
Between Vanessa and David?
not from what I saw from my field of view, but granted, seeing already the gun in hand, I already was pulling out my phone, trying to dial 911 because I did know the severity of the matter.
Okay. Now, did you say in your previous testimony that you did see some punches thrown?
Yes,
Okay. Now, at the time that that's occurring, what's Danessa doing?
she was behind him. Granted, looking up at the altercation as well as looking back down at the phone, I didn't get the best view, but I did get what I did say to you, sir.
Is it possible, based on what you saw and the circumstances as they were occurring, that Danessa and Christian were both physically confronting David from the front of him and from behind him at the same time?
From the audio that I did hear from outside of the truck, Christian was talking to said defendant. He was not trying to engage in any kind of altercation at all.
But at any point, did you see Danessa engaging from behind David in physical contact, either grabbing him, pulling him, or doing anything?
As I did state, what I did see when I did look up one of the times was Danessa's head being flung back. Now, was that from a punch? Was that from something else? That was what I did not see.
Okay,
But that was the first thing that set off the chain of reaction of events, sir.
okay. But clearly she was close enough to David for some contact between the two of them.
Yes, sir. You said that.
And if she got hit or her head flung back as you described it, David was facing away from her, correct?
She was within the backside of David. That was just all I know from my point of view, sir.
Well, that's all I'm trying to get clear, Mr. Waterston, is that David is facing Christian, and Vanessa's behind him.
Yes.
So if he's hitting her or if he hit her, he's not looking at her when that happens.
No, sir.
Now you suggested that David pointed the gun in a deliberate fashion with an intent to shoot Christian.
Yes.
How close were they to each other?
Arm's length, sir.
And just so we're clear, because the jury needs to understand what you're trying to tell us. When you say arm's length, you're talking about a couple of feet.
Yes, within an arm's length of one body to another. That
Okay.
would be that.
Okay. But you know, as of right now, you know that Christian never got shot.
Yes, yes, sir.
And in fact, had no injuries related to the gun being discharged.
Thankfully.
Gunpowder residue, anything like that?
Not from what I know, from what I saw from my field of view, sir.
Did you see him after the fact?
I did.
Did he have any injuries to his face?
It was a dark lit corner that he was actually in before he went into the ambulance and before paramedics and police showed up. I was not able to get that good of a look.
Okay.
As well as me not knowing where the defendant was, I did not want to shine my light to give away said position.
No, understood. I guess what I meant was, did you see him like the next day or a couple of days later?
He was in the hospital as well as recovering for a good couple of days.
Okay. Was that from the gunshot or from his knee?
That was from his knee.
So at the time, you said that you could only see the torso of the persons, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that Mr. Duenas is shorter than Christian?
Not at the time. I couldn't go ahead and justify the height as well as anything else during that time from what I could see in the driver's side of my truck.
Well, my question was, could you see, what part of the body of David did you see from your vantage point?
Probably best would go ahead and say anything from pectorals all the way up from David's point of view.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Danette had her hands on David at the time the gun discharged?
I could not see that from my field of view.
So if somebody else says that it was like that, you wouldn't have be in a position to agree or disagree.
I would not, no, sir.
Would you agree that that Christian was in the best position to see what exactly transpired in terms of where the gun was as it was being discharged?
Of course.
Now, you said right after you saw the gun and you realized that this wasn't a normal situation, you were making efforts to contact 911.
Yes, sir.
But I heard you in your prior testimony say that an altercation or a scuffle broke out, right? Remember saying that?
From what Danessa told me, from her point of view, saying that the scuffle broke out near where they were having their conversation, yes. But I was not able to see that point of view from my
So you
field.
weren't referring to what you were seeing near the car, near the truck.
Well, when it comes to the truck, the actual scuffle that did transpire was Danessa's head being thrown back, a fist being thrown from Mr. Duenas, Christian, and then the gunshot in effect.
Okay, well, let's go through those one at a time. You've already told us that you saw her head go back for whatever reason.
Mhm.
You're not sure why. Now, am I hearing you correctly that each of the David and Christian threw a punch at each other?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, which hand did David have the gun in?
David had the gun in the right hand, sir.
Did he throw a punch with the hand that he had the gun in?
That was what I didn't see after when he had the gun in his hand from the driver's side to when he walked over. That was when I did not know if it was in his waistband, where it was in that effect.
Okay.
But also looking down at the phone, making sure 911 was ready, and then looking back at the scene, did the best that I could with what I had, sir.
So is it fair to say, Mr. Watson, that whether Danessa and Christian were both physically having a confrontation with David at the same time, who threw a punch first, how people might have gotten hit, all of those specific details, you weren't really in a position to testify to because you're focused on trying to make this call?
I would say that the first impressions count, sir. First impressions count within the first 30 seconds of Mr. Duenas came to the window, made the contact with my window, was aggressive in nature already. That was a very good first impression. And seeing how that already transpired, you can already know who the agitator is at stake.
Okay, so do you agree or disagree with me that you didn't see the details of who's hitting who first and whether or not the two of them were?
Not
on
all the
David at
details,
same
no,
time?
sir.
Sorry?
Not all of the details, no, sir.
Pass it, Mr.
State.
Just a moment of the court's time. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this
Um,
witness excused or so?
Judge, just one last thing.
Sure.
Mr. Watson, where's your apartment in relation to all of what we just talked about?
My apartment was 3 buildings down on the north side.
Okay.
So from where his building is, 3 buildings down north.
So theoretically, they could have stayed with the vehicle and you could have gone home and they could have taken the child and sorted all that out later, correct?
Yes.
How was she gonna transport the child without a car seat, if you know?
So the initial plan, which was what they were talking about on the way to the apartment, was that we would go back to my apartment with child on said lap, driving the 3 buildings down, and then just waiting it out there, seeing for the best course of action for what to do. She did not want to keep Deanna out super long. She wanted to try to assist, get her brother to assist Christian in jump starting his car in another fashion. Just keeping, what is it? Just getting Deanna first was the first course of action.
Okay,
And then after that, that's when the next ones came.
so you hadn't gotten that far in the conversation.
Nope.
Did she in fact, did Vanessa in fact call a bunch of people to come to that location?
She did call her family just to let them know of the matter.
And isn't it true that several of her brothers and others arrived and were looking for David right around the time this was happening?
One brother did show up. I did not know with the rest since I was with Christian during the time of, let's just say, those matters happening.
And do you know if she called those people before or after she called the police?
I don't know who and all she did contact, sir.
That's all I have, Judge.
State.
How long after the gunshot and the 911 phone call, Charles, how long after those events did Vanessa's brother then show up on the scene?
I couldn't give you an exact time frame.
Was the brother on scene at any time before that?
The cops were on the scene first, and then the Nessa's brother did show up later.
Later than the cops? even?
Yes, I believe so.
No further questions, sir.
Defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from our perspective, Judge.
Excuse from the state's perspective as well, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. You can't view anything about this case. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anyone need a break? All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls investigator Lopez.
All right, if you take a seat here and if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so the jurors and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Che Lopez, Investigator Lopez with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Can you please spell that for the court reporter?
CHELOPEZ.
How long have you been with Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
Around 14 years, ma'am.
And what assignments and duties have you had within Bexar County?
I started off as a detention officer, working my way up to corporal, CERT team leader, and then promoting to patrol, and then finally promoting to investigator.
And how long have you been an investigator?
Going on 3 years now, ma'am.
What kind of training do you have to do for that?
A lot. Special college classes, leadership courses, investigative courses, interviewing courses, report writing, small amounts of forensics, search warrants, arrest warrants, etc. Like it's just a lot of training.
And what's your current assignment?
I'm currently with CID, Criminal Investigations Unit, night crimes. Anything happens at night, I show up for.
What are those hours?
I work from 1800, so 6 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Have you always been assigned that since you made an investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of crimes do you investigate?
Anything that happens at night, from family violence, sexual assaults, juvenile assaults, thefts, burglaries, car thefts, just anything that happens at night, anything.
Are you familiar with the case that we're here on today, David Duenas?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the investigator assigned to that?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
So this was September 11th, 2022. How did you become involved in this case?
I was notified via radio that deputies had an aggravated assault at that location that was of a felony nature. We were dispatched over to that area, and that's how I contacted the deputies and got involved in this case.
Once you arrived at the scene, kind of describe what type of scene this was.
We had Mr. Duenas, David was detained. We had several victims to collect statements from. We had a red truck, I believe, and it was on the back farthest side of an apartment complex. Several deputies had everything quarantined to contain the area, and I think several family members were also there, but we kept them separated.
What's the first thing you do when you arrive at a scene like this?
I speak to the deputy, the first responding deputy, whoever has the report or whoever showed up, to get a synopsis of everything that's gone on. All the information he's collected at the time and anything that might have been or happened while I was en route.
What do you do next?
I then speak to one of the victims in any order I choose, or I can speak to the complainant or suspect. This time I chose Danessa. I think I spoke to her first, and then I worked my way down.
Was Christian at the scene as well, or was it just Danessa?
Danessa was there. Charles Watterson, a friend, was there. Christian was at the hospital at that time. Santa Rosa, I believe.
So you said you spoke to Danessa first, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you speak to Charles Watterson that night?
Yes, I did.
And then did you have a chance to speak with the defendant, David Duenas?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
At the time that you mentioned detained, what does it mean when somebody has been detained?
Mr. Duenas, David was detained in the back of a patrol car in handcuffs for his safety, officer safety during the course of the investigation. We like to keep all parties separated. At that time, the deputies believed that he was a suspect.
Objection, Your Honor, to stating what other people believe.
Sustained.
So he was detained at that time.
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Did you speak to him that night?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
At any time, did you advise him of his Miranda rights, since you said he had been detained in fact?
Yes, ma'am. I asked him if he'd like to speak with me, and then I Mirandized him.
Did he indicate that he understood his
Yes, ma'am,
rights?
he did.
Not speak over.
During your conversation with Mr. Duenas, did you discuss the events that had happened that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he admit to having a gun?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did he admit to hitting Danessa?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did he admit to firing his gun?
No, ma'am, he did not.
When you were talking and interviewing David, did you have a body worn camera on?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Kind of explain to the jury what the body worn camera situation is. Like, how does Bear County, how do you guys have that set up? Where on your body is it placed?
Being an investigator, the placement of the camera is kind of up to us depending on our uniform for that day. I try to have it as close to my front facing as I possibly can, not to the side or down low. That way, when I'm talking to someone, I can see exactly their facial features on the camera, and I can catch facial tics or something later on once I review the camera.
And was your body worn camera working that night?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And was it recording your interview with Mr. Duenas?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And have you reviewed the recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fairly and accurately represent the conversations that you had with Mr. Duenas that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you reviewed that recording, or actually, hang on, let me go ahead. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you, it's been marked for identification as case exhibit number 18. What is this?
That is the video I viewed and signed.
Okay, and how do you know, is this your signature?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so this is a portion of your body worn camera that includes your conversation and interview with the defendant, David Duenas.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to offer into evidence state's exhibit number 18 pending objection.
Court order, Judge, for me.
Yes.
Officer, had you had the opportunity to review that recently?
Yes, sir, I did.
So would you agree with me, the video starts with you basically introducing yourself to Mr. Duenas?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, and it ends with what exactly, in general?
There's two portions. One portion, I close the door and I have an officer conversation to try to get the logistics of a search going. And then I restarted it. So all my interactions with Mr. David Duenas were recorded with audio.
So you agree that in the first portion, it's basically you and him talking, and then you take a break?
Yes, sir.
And you go and do something with your camera running, but without the sound?
Yes, sir.
But during that period of time, Mr. Duenas is not talking to you. There's nothing of him being recorded.
I believe there might have been a backseat camera, but I don't have any power to turn that off or do anything. That's the deputies.
But that would not be included on this exhibit?
No, sir.
Okay. But then you go back to the, say he's in a police car, correct?
Yes, sir.
A typical patrol vehicle,
Yes, sir.
not yours.
No, sir. I drive an unmarked without a cage or anything like that.
But you go back to the car, you open the patrol car, and you continue, you resume your conversation with him
Yes, sir.
on a little different subject matter, but it's still you and he talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it ends with, you tell me, where does it end?
A search of the apartment. I continue speaking to Mr. Duenas' girlfriend, fiance, I'm not sure, girlfriend at the time inside the apartment. I tell her what we did and what's going to happen, and then I conclude the video after I've exited the apartment and all interaction is complete on my part.
Okay, so when you walk out of the apartment, that's the end of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the exhibit that's before you is only the first portion.
Yes, sir.
It stops at.
Well, there is a portion. I'm not familiar where exactly it stops. I do apologize.
Well, let me ask it this way. Is what's on the exhibit that's before you right now contain everything you described or just part of it?
It should have everything I described, I believe, sir.
Okay, so it goes all the way to you being inside the apartment,
I believe so, sir.
concluding the conversation, closing the door and turning the video off.
Yes, sir.
Judge, if it's a complete video of Mr. Duenas at the scene, we're not gonna object, but if it's only a portion, we'd like the complete video.
It
Well-
is the complete, Your Honor.
All right, so here's my question. Has the witness seen the complete to say that it is the complete, or do we need
Your Honor,
to?
He viewed two yesterday, Your Honor. That might be where the confusion, this is the complete one.
Does anybody want to check that before?
I can ask a couple more questions to make sure, Judge.
Well, I mean, why don't we do this?
Sorry, Judge.
No, just one second.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you step out. I'm gonna give you a short break. It is 3:14, and it'll give everybody else a chance to take a short break as well. We're gonna come back at 3:30. Remember my instructions. You're not allowed to discuss internally with yourself, with each other. No investigation, no viewing anything. Everything that you need to know about this case has come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, so we're gonna come back at 3:30. Everyone, please rise. All right, so if you all are just playing towards the end that way, and I'm just doing it out of the
Just to
abundance
double
of
check,
caution,
yeah.
yeah. Cause stuff, weird things happen.
Say weird things do happen.
Yeah. All
Also
right, and
had-
if anyone to take a break, you can take a break. Sir, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys. Bring him up.
Oh, you want the inmate or you want to talk to him first?
Yeah, let's talk to him and then have the inmate come out.
In
Do I have
order,
a- Did he open the
Yes.
Hi. Hi.
How's it going?
Well, she's in the jury at 3:30. She said she wants to find out what's contested today real quick. There's not enough time.
Thank you for putting me through those classes and everything. I finally finished. I finished.
Just want to thank you.
Anyway,
Like,
put it on
I
my
really
list.
need that. So I'm gonna bring you
Oh,
flowers.
you're so good. I'm so glad everything's going well for you. So what have you been up to?
Staying out of trouble for one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen my daughter ever since then, you know, we broke with her mom up, and I'm glad for that, because I see more clearly, and my mom is not here, so I needed that from you, and I really appreciate it. I really do, and I've been working with the kids at the Barbara Jordan and the Lincoln Gym, so that's what I'm gonna continue to do as soon as I get out, but I paid all my money, did all my classes, the compadre classes.
I'm gonna text.
I needed all of that, and I thank you for that.
Oh, I'm so happy things are working out for you. And I always tell people, once you get everything together, then slowly you can probably start integrating yourself back into your child's life. And
Yes. And I have a 1-year-old now with someone else, and I have another one on the way that's coming in April. So yes, I'm gonna be totally different in these situations, so I just want to thank you.
oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You made my day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. People always say I'm hard.
I needed that.
Oh, thank you. That is so awesome. Yes.
Is there a password for?
No, there isn't. If you just send me their email and I will just email them, but there's no password. Yes.
Yeah. What is it? I'll make a copy of that. I'll be right back. And that's all I really need. Yeah. And here's the deal. We'll stipulate to the lapse. Okay. For the purposes of this hearing. I don't think that, if it goes to trial, we'll do it. Let's ask the judge, she's okay with that. Let's wait until it's there, but I'm fine with it.
Yes.
And if it is, then I'd say judge will stipulate that she's an expert. She really wants to.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's the point? Right. There's no jury here. I'll be right back. Okay.
But it is still gonna be a BL.
I'm gonna issue the warrant,
Okay,
right? And
Yes.
that's what you want me to do? Okay.
yes. And then she'll hopefully show up tomorrow.
We'll just hang on to the phone. You have a.
Oh, can I see the file for this inmate? What is this inmate's name? Um, Last name. It's Joe Chemis.
So, Joe Anthony Leopoldo.
Who's Joe Anthony?
Comments,
Ah, yes, Joe Anthony Temes. Okay,
2022 CR 3270.
yes.
Yes.
We still have one downstairs, Borrego.
Who is he with?
This was, Pat.
Just do a recall for that tomorrow.
The new message?
Yes, and we'll recall him for tomorrow.
Can we recall that for next week, Judge?
Yes.
If that's gonna be contested, I don't actually.
Is that supposed to be contested? I don't think it's
It's not.
contested. It does say contested?
It's not dismissed.
I didn't get a notification from Norma that it was contested, but, so maybe it's not.
All right, Deputy Laura. If you all are outside the window to order people, just recall that then for the 22nd.
Okay. We do that.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, where's where's LaHood?
He went to go make a copy of the police report, Your Honor. I gave him my copy, they gave him a copy. I believe the forensic scientist is restarting her computer, but she said she'd log right back on.
Okay. But Sean, the person who came in, I do remember him. Yes. I'll tell you. Yeah,
That was nice.
it was. You know, there are some days when you're asking yourself, are you making a difference? Are people changing? And then that happens. And you're like, "Ah." It's sort of when you would represent clients. And then you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm burned out. And then you have one client, I appreciate everything you've done for me. And you're just like, oh, I can go on for another 60 miles.
No, you're just. Big mess with all of this stuff.
Somebody else could have made a copy of the police report.
Sorry, Judge, I should have just printed him another one.
That's okay. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 3270, State of Texas versus Joe Anthony Tamez. You on this side, counsel?
Right.
Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Adam LaHood.
Are you Joe Anthony Tamez? Showing you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Joe Anthony Tamez who was placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 3270 for the offense of felon in possession of a firearm on April 28th for a term, April 28th, 2022 for a term of 6 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 1, on or about the 14th day of October 2023 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Joe Anthony Tamez, committed the offense of possession of controlled substance PG1, violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Not true. Violated condition number 5, on or about the 14th day of October 2023 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Joe Anthony Tamez, did then and there possess contraband in his home, vehicle, or on his person in the form of a firearm in violation of condition number 5.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Not true. And Your Honor, we waived the other violations alleged in the motion.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, state, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls CSO Martha Reyna.
All right, any objection to the witnesses appearing by Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Reyna, if you could unmute for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Martha Alicia Reyna.
State.
Thanks, Your Honor. Ms. Reyna, my name is Hank Wilkins. I'm a prosecutor with the Bear County DA's office. I think you can kind of see me here.
I can. Yes or no, I can.
If I ask anything that you don't understand, just let me know and I'll rephrase it, okay?
Yes, sir.
What is your, how are you employed now?
I'm employed as a community supervision officer 4 with Bear County CSCD.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
This is my 26th year.
Oh, okay, well, and do you supervise people that are on probation in this court, in the 187?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is one of the people you supervise on probation Joe Anthony Tamez?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay, and in the course of your official duties, have you come into contact with a person who represented himself to you as Joe Anthony Tamez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you see that person on your screen there?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you identify him by a particle of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, sir, he's a gentleman with the orange.
Okay. And were you one of the people that read him the conditions of his probation?
I was not.
Okay. But is it the regular practice of the probation department to keep records of each probationer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and so do you keep probation records on, are there records that the probation department has on Mr. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
And do you have those in front of you?
I have his, I can open his file, yes.
Okay, could you do that for us?
Yes, sir, I can.
Can you just let us know when you have that pulled up?
It's open.
Okay. So you've got the files in front of you. Are there certain terms and conditions that Mr. Thomas was given as a part of his probation?
Yes, sir, they're usually given that at the time of intake.
Okay. And so did somebody inform Mr. Thomas of the terms of his condition, terms and conditions of his probation?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a record of that?
I can look at his chronos from the very beginning.
Okay.
You will give me a minute and I can look from the very beginning.
All right, can you, Deputy Laura, can you mute us for a moment? All right, defense.
Your Honor, so we're here obviously on a motion to revoke probation hearing. For the sole and limited scope of this hearing, we will stipulate to the following. We'll stipulate as to the conditions of probation that Mr. Thomas signed. We will stipulate that he was on probation and that he was under community supervision probation of this court at the time of the alleged offense. Furthermore, the defense is willing to stipulate as to what we believe the lab technician or lab expert would testify to, namely that there was a presumptive or there was a positive test for cocaine on the seized substances. What we're more concerned about is the nature of possession, affirmative link, things of that nature. And again, just for purpose of this hearing, we will stipulate to the drugs, narcotics alleged to be cocaine, and that he was on probation.
All right, and are you also stipulating the conditions of his probation would include that he is not to commit any new offenses?
Yes, Your Honor. It's our understanding that there's a list, it's a numerous list, but usually number one is don't commit any violations against the laws of the United States or the state of Texas. And we'll stipulate to that.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for this witness?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, may she be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reyna.
Thank you, Judge Boyd.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Erdman, Judge.
Okay. All right, if you could unmute for me, please. Could you raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Joshua John Erdman.
All right, state.
Good morning, or I'm sorry, good afternoon, Mr. Erdman, or Officer Erdman. My name is Hank Wilkins. We met earlier this morning. Were you on duty on October 14th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Were you called out to the tattoo parlor that evening?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you on you in a car or are you on the bike?
I'm on bike patrol, sir.
Okay. And so you arrived at the Rings of Fire tattoo parlor on October 14th. Do you recall around what time that was?
I do not. It was in the evening, later in the evening.
Okay. Do you have your report handy?
I don't have it in hand at this moment.
Okay. Were you wearing a body cam on October 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was in good working order as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
And it's capable of recording events as they occur?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. So I'm going to show you.
All right, is there gonna be any objection to the body cam?
No, Your Honor, it's our understanding that it's a copy of the body cam that's been muted where we have no objection as it's presented.
All right, what exhibit is that for the state?
This will be exhibit 1, Judge.
All right, state's exhibit number 1 will be admitted then without objection for purposes of this hearing.
Is there a way that I can publish it? I have a. I put this in the machine.
Yes. Few.
Should just be one file there.
Okay, it's working.
So.
Just one moment, let me pause it. Second, let me do something very quickly. All right, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You want me to start?
Yes, ma'am. Officer Erdman,
Just
we're
1 second.
gonna publish your video to you.
All right, 1 second. There's always issues. All right, there we go.
Good deal. Officer Urban, can you see your body cam there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you on the way to the tattoo shop now?
Yes, sir.
And so do you remember the first thing that you did once you got there?
As soon as I arrived, I made contact with the detained individual that was on the floor, and the other officers were also out with him.
Okay. And so can you tell the court what's going on here? It's a little choppy, but you just arrived at the tattoo shop, is that right?
Yes, sir. So I arrived at the tattoo shop. As I said, they have a few individuals from that tattoo shop have the arrested person or their detained person on the floor right here. They were holding him down because violent offense had just occurred. And when we arrived, we came and placed him in new handcuffs.
Okay.
And the workers at the tattoo shop, they're kind of explaining what had gone on to my partners right here as well.
Okay. And so is he under arrest at this point?
At this point in time, he's been placed in the handcuffs. My partners are still getting the information and figuring out what exactly occurred. But we were going to the call for a disturbance gun involved. So he's been placed under investigative detention at this time.
Okay. And
Until we were to gather the elements of the offense.
okay. And this black car, whose car is this?
This is the arrested person's vehicle. They had explained that the arrested person was operating that vehicle and backed into
Stop, just
one
one
of
moment.
the,
Excuse me, stop. Yes,
Count objected hearsay.
sustained.
So, the black vehicle, why did you search that vehicle?
At the time where I had searched the vehicle, I had made,
Your Honor, I think we're gonna object again. I think this guy called for a hearsay, out-of-court statement or reliance upon a hearsay.
All
statement.
right. Officer, you're not allowed to testify to what anyone else told you.
okay, at the point where I searched the vehicle, I had made the decision to arrest the defendant. And then this vehicle had been parked in a no parking zone, had been parked away from the curbside. The vehicle needed to move. And then it was an arrested person's vehicle. So our policy states that when a person is arrested, that we must tow the vehicle and inventory search it to make sure there is no valuable property in that vehicle prior to towing it. And while conducting an inventory search, as shown on the video, I will find a clear baggie of a crystalline substance in the driver's side door.
I think that's about to happen right here. Okay, so right there, did you see that, Officer Erdman, did you see what was in your left hand there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that suspected narcotics?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then, did you have the opportunity to talk to the defendant after you had searched the vehicle?
I believe I'm trying to recall the events as they occurred, but after I found the suspected narcotics, I had asked for an evidence unit to test the narcotics, and then I believe I go over to the defendant and ask him, "Do you know what is in the baggie?"
Okay. So I do have it. I don't know if you have it like a hearsay there for that, but I mean.
And just one second. I'm sorry, something else. The statement's gonna come in, be hearsay. Yeah, if it's for that, but you have it teed up.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the whole thing, so it's like I have time. I have another exhibit, Your Honor.
All right. Is there going to be any objections to this exhibit?
Your Honor, we won't object if it's his statement. If it is Mr. Thomas' statement that honestly supports aware, then it's not subject to the hearsay exception.
Yes.
It's allowed to come in. We would object to anything extraneous from anyone else that would. So if we have a portion of an alleged statement made by him, we're not opposed to it. However, we ask that it's only that portion.
All right. So let me ask you this. Has that been redacted?
No, ma'am. So I muted this one. This has not been redacted. I haven't even really watched.
All right. So this is what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest that we come back tomorrow.
Okay.
And everyone needs to be here tomorrow. And I'm going to say tomorrow at 3 o'clock,
3 p.m.
3 p.m.
I'll check with the court in the morning too, just if the deputies can have them here in the morning, just, you know, how trial goes, things get crazy.
Yes.
Y'all might finish by 10 a.m. You
Oh,
don't know.
yes, we possibly could. And I'm assuming that Officer Erdman, what is your rank? I'm sorry.
I'm just a patrolman, ma'am.
Well, never say just a patrolman. I mean, that's a good job. It's a job where people are allowed to get some major exercise on bikes, which I don't know how you all do that. But if you can come back tomorrow by Zoom, you won't have to come to court. You'll be able to testify by Zoom. Are you able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the state will get in contact with you to let you know when to zoom in, but it'll be the same link.
Okay,
All right, thank you so much.
I appreciate your time, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
Judge, I'm gonna check with him with you in the morning, I'll put it for 10, just to touch base, and then we can be here in the afternoon if necessary.
All right, and if you all will see if there's anything that needs to be redacted, and
Yes,
if you'll
ma'am.
make sure that Diana gets this,
Oh, yeah.
and then we will call the jurors to come up. Yes. Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, Judge, we don't mean to, it's for Lena, that's all.
Is Pedro Villa in your office?
With what?
Pedro Villa.
All right, State's Exhibit number 18, Defense, did you have a chance to review that?
I did, Judge.
All right, so is that the entire video?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, so we'll bring the jury back in, and then if you have no objections to it, you can say that. So, all right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
They're gonna publish, we're gonna ask them to publish the whole thing.
There, all right, well, I mean, they can publish what they want, and then if you all want to come back and do the whole thing, you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And State, I believe where we left off, you were offering into evidence State's Exhibit number 18, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, and did both parties have a chance to review that?
We did, Judge.
All right, any objections? All right, State's Exhibit number 18 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she got it. It's set up.
Yes.
She's got it. So detective or investigator?
Investigator.
Investigator. Before we start playing the video, just to backtrack a little, were you the first officer on the scene?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Do you know how long before you arrived, the first officer on scene arrived?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I apologize, ma'am.
Oh, no, okay. Did you write a report?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would that be something that you would write down in your report?
It will be in the complete report.
Yes. Yes, stickers, you keep taking them away from me. Stop taking them away. Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 19. You want to take a look at this, and then just kind of flip through here. And go through. Would this be the supplemental report that you wrote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and kind of take a moment to look on here, see if you can refresh your memory as to mine. Just don't read from it.
Okay. Would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, what
Yes, ma'am.
about how long before you arrived, did the first officer arrive on scene?
The first officer arrived at 21:28, and that'd be Deputy A. Reyna.
Okay. And for those of us who don't know military time, about what time would that be?
I actually was in the military, and I'm gonna take a few minutes. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I won't make you correct it. And then what time was your report?
The time I responded or the time I started my report?
The time you responded.
It was about an hour later. I respond from downtown.
Okay. And is that normal for an investigation that the first responders get there before an investigator is dispatched?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Go ahead and figure out which way I need to move this. There we go. Oh, sorry,
Yeah. We're Investigator Lopez, Thur County Sheriff's Office. Would you like the opportunity to speak with me? Yeah. Okay. Before I do anything, I want to make sure you have your rights since you are detained. I want to make sure I read your own rights. You can follow along with me. Can I step out for this? No, I'm sorry. I got a bad showing. You can readjust yourself a little bit if you need to, man. I know. I didn't back there myself, man. Before you were asked any questions, my duty as a peace officer to advise you of your rights and to warn you of the consequences of waiving these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statement, oral or written, to anyone. You know, any statement that you make will be used as evidence against you in a court of law or at your trial. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you before and during any questioning by a peace officer or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you're unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or any other time. If you decide to talk to one, you can, and you can stop talking with them anytime you want. The above rights are continuing rights, which can be urged by you at any stage of the proceeding. Do you understand these rights? Okay. I apologize. I was talking to you with gum mouth, which is rude. My grandpa would smack me for that. So. Oh, one second. Hell on pennies now. All I do all day is lose pennies. All right, brother. So what's your name? What's your name? David. Last name Duenas. Okay, David. D-U-E-N-A-S. How old are you? 25. 25. How long have you married? With her? Yeah. Like a year. 1 year. And how old's your child together? 5. 5. Little boy, little girl? Yeah, little boy. 5-year-old. Boy. Okay. But he's okay, everything's fine? Yeah, he was upstairs. Okay. With your girlfriend, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna write that down. I was upstairs. Okay. Why am I here, man? Come on. What's going on? So, we're going through the divorce. Yes, sir. He signed paperwork saying that he has to be home by 9 with her on Sunday, or pick him up at 9. I called her 2 hours before all this, or like a couple hours ago. I said, hey, he wants to go with you, just see if I can drop him off. Oh, drop him off at the bar. Little Woodrow's right here down the street. I said, dude, I can't drop him off the bar. I was like, no, just pick him up after. She's like, okay, I'll be there by 9. I said, cool. It was already 9:30, I called. She's still at the bar. And I'm like, okay. So I just told her, no, don't come. Sir, you're at the bar drinking, you've been there all day. Like, I don't feel safe you picking up my son. Mm-hmm. She comes anyway, says she's down the street. What time was that? Honestly, I lost track of time. To be honest. Was it after 9? Yeah, for sure. Like way after, a little after? Yeah, I could talk to her. It was like 9:30 something after I talked to her. She didn't show up till like 10. Showed up at 10. Okay. She said she was down the street, showed up at 10. Yeah, it was about 10 o'clock. She comes out. Oh, so they come in peeling in the apartments, in the truck, that 2-door. Okay. Come peeling in, park right here, drunk. All 3 of them. And I said, hey, you're not taking my kid, you're drinking. Where's he gonna fit? They're not in a car seat. Where's he gonna fit? Yeah. She started hitting me, telling me to mind my fucking business, getting my son, starts putting her hands on me. All right, so let me slow down. I want to make sure I got everything you're saying, man. So she gets out. I told her she's not taking him. So they came peeling in, so they're driving reckless. Yeah. So there was, I noticed that too. So there was 2 males in your ex. So where's the child gonna sit? There's no child sit. So let me write that down. Give me 1 second, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're fine. 2 males. 2 males. And a single cab. Single cab. Drunk. They just came from the bar all day watching the game. No car seat. And how long were they at the bar? Did you receive text all day or something? I called at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock? I have a witness. My girl was in the speakerphone. I was on my way. He's crying for his mom. I said, hey, drop him off at Little Woodrow's right here down the street. It's like 5 minutes down 604. That's ridiculous, though. And I said, no, like I drop off enough at a bar. I used to try to go at 18, they wouldn't let me in. Yeah. A kid. She's there all day drinking. Since 5, right? Yeah, since 5. Okay. Shows up drunk in there. She gets out. She starts pushing me, grabbing me. I said, hey, I'm just gonna talk to him, talk to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be here. Like, you can't take him. I saw the single cab truck and I said, for sure you ain't taking him. Yeah. So he gets out. How is she pushing on you? Just like backing my head, just hitting me, pulling my shirt, ripping it. Okay, pulling shirt. Yeah, I have a shirt, sir. She ripped it. I would not turn back in my head. So you changed your shirt when you got upstairs? Yeah. I talked to my girl. That's my girl. What happened? What's because I've been, downtown. So yeah. So anyway, she starts grabbing me. What shirt were you wearing? What color? Just a gray one. Just gray, like a hoodie or what? T-shirt. I was in chocolates, man. T-shirt. Chocolates. Those shorts? No, they were gray sweats. Gray sweatpants? Mm-hmm. So I tell her, no, you're not taking him to drinking. She's like, no. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, you ain't his, like, I'm his mom. Mm-hmm. So I said, hey, I'm gonna talk to him. So I come out, I'm like, he comes out, steps out the truck. Oh, it was my fault. And I said, now we're gonna talk. Like, y'all can't be taking him, he's drunk. So I go up to him and she starts hitting me in the back of the head. Okay. She punched me in the back of the head. So that's when you turned around and so she kept hitting me in the back of the head. So as you were facing the new boyfriend, he hit me in the back of the head. Do you know his name or? No, I don't even know who he is. I don't even remember like all how it happened, man. I just remember she hit me in the back of the head once. I pushed her off me, like I pushed. When I did that, he grabbed me in the arm bar and started punching me on my side. And he started hitting me in the head too. So I'm like this. She's hitting me, she's hitting me in the back of the head. Hold on real quick. So she started hitting you while you're facing the other way? Yeah. The back of the head. So he's in front hitting me, and she's behind me hitting me. Okay. His friend comes out, he started like rushing in too. So I got scared. She hit me back in the head. I pulled my gun out and I told him like to move, like get away. So he had you in an armbar. I'm sorry, I missed over that part. It's like yeah, like a headlock. Yeah, trying to grab my arm. What about your arm? Oh, he was trying to grab my arm. Trying to. This arm was thrown, which I was punching and trying to push him off me. She was hitting me in the back of the head, like she was on top of my back hitting me. The friend over here was like on me too. So so he climbed out of the car too? Yeah, he came out around. Okay, so it's two guys and her on you. So okay. I just remember I grabbed my gun out, I pointed it to his chest. He punched me over one time and she hit me back in the head. I remember after that. I don't. What kind of gun was it? 9mm. What brand? Springfield. Mm-hmm. That's it, man. I remember like my head's like throbbing, I have a knot. So you pointed at his chest? He punched me one time, kept grabbing me. I told him he was punching you? Yeah, and I told him to back up. She started hitting me in the back of the head again, like keeps hitting me. I fucking went. I turned, like when I turned, I hit her with the gun in the head. And so as you turned, that's when you struck her? Yeah. Because she was still hitting you in the back of the head? Yeah, back of the head. I told her back up. Once I pistol whipped her, she saw I had the gun, she backed up. And I ran upstairs. I went upstairs. And I got scared. As he was punching you, you pointed the gun at his chest. Do you say anything to him? He said back up? I told him back up. I said back up. Hold on. She get the fuck off me. Like I was telling him back up. Back up. And they kept hitting me. And she was the worst one. Like she kept hitting me in the back of the head. And I don't remember like after that. Like I don't. Like I just remember hitting her on accident. And I fucking ran upstairs. So as you turned, you struck her in the side of the head with the gun? Or as you turned? Yeah, as soon as I turned, like I pushed. Honestly, I meant to push her face off me. The gun just happened to hit her when I pushed like that, her face. I took her back up off me. When she saw the gun, she got scared, but she was still hitting me, like still swinging. And I just ran. I went upstairs. So you struck her in the back of the head, you said? I don't remember where it hit her, to be honest. Like in front of the head? Yeah, like the face? On the side or something. I didn't see. Like it was dark right here. It was by the truck. So I just I didn't know. Like I ran. Okay. I ran upstairs and. Do you have your cell phone here? Or no, I don't have. It's upstairs? I don't have my cell phone wallet. They gave everything to my girl. Okay, your girl has it, your cell phone? Can I get you signed consent to search cell phone? And I go through it and you see the text messages? I can't. I don't even text messages. It was all it was just phone calls? Yeah, it was all phone calls because I was telling her like, hey, when are you coming? I did text her one message the time I called her. Okay, let me write that down. Hold on. Wants to go home. No text messages? There was just one message where I said, are you home? She said no. What time was that? That was like before 5, like right around 5. Around 5? Yeah, I want to say that. Because I got home like around 7, watched the game. Okay. That's when she said drop him off at the bar. What's your girl's name? Karina. Karina? Mm-hmm. How long are you doing with her? Going on a year. 1 year? Oh, over a year now. Over a year? Yeah, I mean, phone, all that, I mean, there's nothing you can find. Just one text message, the phone calls. There's nothing close. Do you remember firing a shot, even accidentally? I don't. Like nobody was struck. No one was struck. So we got a shell casing out there. I don't remember. They hit me in the back of the head. You don't remember? I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember anything. Like, do you remember what brand your ammo is? No. Remember? Probably Remington, I think. I don't know. I don't remember that. Like honestly, like it happened so fast. Like, fuck, my head's throbbing still. Like I just don't remember. I don't remember firing a shot. Yeah, you said possibly Remington? Yeah, I don't remember, honestly. I've been thinking for a while. But it was 9mm? Yeah. Okay. So when you went upstairs, you changed your shirt, you changed your pants, changed your shoes. I saw I did it with the cops. I saw the cop lights. So you changed your shirt, pants, shoes. Where'd you put the gun? It's my case. Under the bed, in the nightstand? My drawer. Which drawer? My underwear drawer. Case in underwear drawer. Okay. I'm sorry, but they're still here. I don't want there to be another incident. That's a big boy, man. I don't even think I can stop him. Yeah. He cheat you train me, follow me right through this thing. Fuck, all right, bro. You said you have injuries, correct? Yeah, actually. Okay, but not. And he's already photographed that, right? Yeah. Okay, so you have a knot back in. I'm gonna put my flash on in a second. Give me a second. I got more from where you shooting me, but I'm not feeling anything but that knot on the back. What about the clothing or anything's torn or anything? Yeah, she tore my shirt. She was hitting me in the back of the head. She kept jumping on me and pulling. Mind if I don't want to blind people. Okay, where at? Right in the corner. We're like closest to me or further away? Yeah, closer to you. Okay. All right. And this isn't the clothing you're wearing, obviously. No. Yeah, I was gonna say I was trying to look for rips, tears, dirt. My clothes upstairs, but she did tear my shirt though. So she tore your shirt? Yeah. Tore shirt. Okay. All right, bro. Hey, when did you pull out the gun? When they were hitting me. Like, what side of the truck were you at? Truck where the passenger side is. You were by the passenger side? Like he got out and they started just hitting me right there in between. So you were by the passenger side when you pulled out the gun. It was in your pocket, in your waistband? Yeah, which pocket? Right pocket. And what hand are you? Right-handed. Right-handed? Yeah, with my left hand, he was holding it, punching me in the side, punching me in the head, she was punching me in the back. I saw some, like palm prints on the window. Oh yeah, I was knocking on the window. You knocked on the driver's side? I told her I needed to talk to her because she wasn't listening. She wasn't listening. Like she kept saying I want my son. But she was like, you ain't taking my son, where's he gonna sit? Okay. So knocked on the driver's side. And then that's when the homeboy said him. He's the boyfriend. Yeah. So I went over there and then he got out first. I went over there and I told him, he said, it's my fault. She started just, like I said, she started hitting me. I pushed her off me. He started hitting me too. Okay. Oh, brother. Would you sign a consent to search your house so I know when to get your clothing and your gun? That way I don't have to search. I'm getting a warrant. Yeah, you get okay. My lawyer just told me to tell you what happened and go in. Okay. I mean, if you want, I can call him and see what he says, but I just want the clothes and the gun. But if I have to go looking for other things, I will. You know what I mean? You all right? I mean, I'll walk up there to get it for you. I mean, I'll show you where you can grab it. You'll take me up there though? Yeah. That's what I gotta do. But my phone's up there. I gotta call my lawyer first. I can't let you call your lawyer first. But I'm saying, can you have my girlfriend call her? You're going to do all that. That's what I'm saying. So, if I get you to sign a consent to search, I can take you up there with an officer. We're gonna have to move your wife. No, I'm trying to plan logistics. You know what I mean? I'll sign a consent. We'll go up there. That's cool. You know what? You're right. It's cool. I'm not fighting down there. Because we're just getting the clothes and the gun. Yeah, you're good. All right, give me a few minutes. Let me get everything set up, man. I'm sorry. Give me a few minutes.
Okay, investigator, this is about 14 minutes into the video that I've paused. What do you do after this conversation ends?
I'm talking to fellow officers to get the logistics of bringing him up to the apartment. We want to make sure the children are secure and safe. We'd also like to make sure his girlfriend, Karina, who's pregnant, I can't remember quite how far along, but she was showing, was also secure. Didn't want to have any traumatic experience with her and the baby. And we also wanted, out of due respect for Mr. Duenas, I really didn't want the children to see him in handcuffs. So we'd like to keep them separate as best we can. He's been very respectful to us and I'd like to be respectful to him.
Okay. So you kind of sort out the logistics before taking him upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Now at the point in the video where he has you shine a light on his head to see where he's been injured, did you observe any injury?
I did not observe any injury, any redness, bruising, contusions, not anything.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibits 21 or 20, 21, and 22. And do you recognize the subject of these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the defendant from that night?
Yes, ma'am. it is.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of how he looked that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm tendering State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22 into evidence pending objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22 are admitted without objection.
Permission to file the warrant?
Granted.
Look at this, yes, right on the first try. It's showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 20. Is what's in this photograph?
Mr. Duenas, David.
Okay, and is this outside of the police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And as you're looking at this photograph, do you see any visible injuries?
No, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 21. Please describe what's in this photograph.
It's also Mr. David Duenas. It's just a closer shot of his face.
And at this point, do you see any visible injuries?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And then showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 22. Please describe what's in this photograph.
That's the back of Mr. Duenas, Mr. David's head.
And is this the area that he described to you in the video as being where he was injured?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and do you see any injuries in this?
I do not.
So as you said, you started talking with the other officers for logistics, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the next step you took?
At that point, once we have everything planned out, we take Mr. Duenas, Mr. David, up to the apartment. I'm sorry, we had him sign a consent to search form. So we removed his cuffs from the back to the front, so he was able to sign the form. And then we went upstairs together.
And is that contained in this video?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So I'm gonna go ahead and skip forward just because there's a longer amount of time.
Muted for us, conversation.
Oh, and so, sorry, I kind of cut it off right where you were saying muted for officer conversation. Tell the jury what that means.
That's just a conversation between the officers. We'd like to get some logistics done. We were trying to plan out the event before we went up there. That way everyone knew their role and what was expected of them.
Start playing. Skip ahead. So at this point, what are you doing? Are you guys walking to the apartment?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Did you walk and then come back?
No, ma'am. We all went up there together. Bad shoulders. You play ball or something? I used to play football. There you go. What position? Defensive end. Oh, okay. But not gonna hold you against you. I play rugby, so. Nah, I try to be ancient. I just got in a car accident like a year ago. This is a consensus search, and you're gonna go up there with us. Yeah. So we're getting your sweatpants, your gray shirt, and your gun in the gun case. You said was in your underwear drawer, correct? Yeah. Okay. You can just print your name up there. So you agree those items that I said? Yeah. Okay, and you're gonna show us where they are and everything, so you're gonna be with us the whole time? That's true. Okay. Right now, the other deputy's up there with your girlfriend, just letting her know what's gonna go down, that way, the kids can be out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, they're asleep. Okay, how many kids? Two. Two kids? How old? 7 and 8. Okay, and they're not involved in any of this, right?
All the kids are asleep, man. That's how it all started. Like I wake up at 6 to drop them off at school.
Where do you work at? I didn't even ask, man.
Sales manager.
Oh, there you go. At Dodge?
Yeah. Yeah. My sister's birthday was got home.
Oh.
I got to be able to sit. This is on the way. I told you I fit in school. You know.
Sorry about that. Did you want to take a picture now or? Okay, we'll do it in a minute. Yeah, all right. Is he good or? Fine, you can take it. Upstairs, downstairs? Oh, okay. It would be the third floor. Oh, man. So is your name on the lease?
Yeah, that's my apartment.
Okay, it's your apartment? Okay, good. Where's your body gun at?
I was, this was, Elbridge, I was in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I told him I was 3 So she's aware that we're going up, she just wants to kind of cover up.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Edward Bridge officer.
That's why we wanted to give your girlfriend a warning. That
Yeah,
way,
you're cool.
we're not trying to see anything we're not supposed to, or do anything we're not supposed to.
Yes.
Well, this isn't how I wanted to meet you, man. So
Yeah.
we'll get this straightened out, though.
Yes. Man, like honestly, I haven't quit, man, and I'm a good person, but I don't like violence, I do jujitsu.
But you look like a big guy, man.
Yeah, I'm very patient, man, it's just.
Is that how you fucked with the shoulder too? Jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu, that's what
Okay.
jiu-jitsu.
Remember, man, there's this little old man. Little sensei man. He's like, don't hurt me, I'm just an old man. And he used to beat me up just all day.
It's all mentality, man, it's all about
Yeah.
being patient.
Well, no, he was just a mean old man. That's what he got into. I don't even think he actually knew anything. He just beat me up all day. It was horrible. It was child abuse is what it was.
When I first started,
But you know, Pat, I'm making an outcry. No.
when I first started, I used to just drain myself the first 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I started catching my whole shot going against different people every 3 minutes. I was like, when I started catching my whole patience, but it's pretty good. It's good.
It's good, man. I gotta start doing something more.
Yeah, nah, I have this baby on the way, man. So
It's just life. It just hits you, man. You don't have time for nothing no more.
yeah, my son, like, he used to go to jiu-jitsu. I mean, he's always on the road and stuff. Starts taking classes and stuff. Just yeah.
What are you guys waiting for right here before going inside?
For Karina to cover up. The shirt and sweats. Are they right here? Those sweats?
Yeah. All the shit for
Okay. Just leave it there. That's fine. He was pointing at this clothing right here.
So it's all right.
Are there children in the bedroom?
Oh, no.
Okay, hold on real quick. Let her take a couple photos. Appreciate your patience. Thank you for inviting us in, man. I'm sorry. Am I on your way? Okay. Okay.
Oh, so, yeah.
Just point the door. Okay. We'll just hang out here.
I put it in there, right?
There any other guns in the house?
Nah, it's fine.
Just the only one? Okay. Where do you keep your ammo in there too?
No, I honestly only have the bullets that have in there.
He's coming.
Honestly, man, I for protection on that. I've never shot it, never. It's like honestly, I just.
Here you go, man. I'm not just wandering around your house. That's my contact information and my name, Che Lopez. That's my badge number, and that's my county cell phone. Oh, I apologize. Can you come on over this way, bro? You still be in the room.
And who's the person taking photographs?
That's crime scene deputy, Yabara. That's the only guy in the house? Okay.
Did you leave it?
And there's no ammo?
Nah, it's not loaded.
Where's the other ammo then if it's not loaded?
Oh, that's the only clip. The clip, it's in there, the clip, but it's not in the gun.
Okay. And there's no other guns in the house? Okay.
The great start to the black hair.
We had some chocolate on, but you can leave them. I'll be down in a second. That's quality election.
Go ahead and pause right here. We're at 31 minutes, 32 seconds into the video. As we see Officer Ibarra walking around taking photographs, what else is she doing?
She's documenting the scene and collecting evidence as she goes. After she photographs everything, where she found it, and then it'll be photographed. You know what I mean? That way we found out exactly where we took the items from.
Did Deputy Ibarra, does she decide what to collect, or do you direct her what to collect?
I direct her what to collect.
Do you recall at this for this case what all you directed her to collect?
Yes, ma'am. The clothing that Mr. Duenas pointed out, and also the weapon Mr. Duenas pointed out.
Was there anything outside of the apartment that was collected?
Yes, ma'am. One shell casing was collected.
Do you recall where that shell casing was found?
In the apartment street over by the passenger side of the truck, I believe.
Okay, so near the truck that had been. in
Yes, ma'am.
motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other evidence collected at the scene?
Clothing, weapon.
Any sort of swabs or anything?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, ma'am. Gunshot residue, swabs were collected from the hands.
From the hands of whom?
Mr. Duenas, Mr. David.
At the scene as well, before you spoke to Mr. Duenas, you had said that you talked to Danessa and Charles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you spoke to them and got their side of the story, did they seem intoxicated to you?
No, ma'am.
Did they smell of alcohol?
No, ma'am. Not that time.
What was their mental and emotional state when you were speaking to them?
They were visibly distraught, shaken. I did get good statements from them, though. They had a good recollection of what happened, and they were able to give me a timeline of events.
When you spoke to Christian, you said you spoke to him at the hospital, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after you left this scene did it take you to get to the hospital?
I believe about 20 minutes or so.
Did you go alone, or did anyone go with you?
I believe Deputy Yabar went with me to take photographs, I believe.
When you spoke to Christian, did he seem intoxicated?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Did you smell alcohol on him?
No, ma'am, we did not.
When you said that you started out on patrol before you became an investigator, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in training, are you trained to identify signs of intoxication?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detect any signs of intoxication from those three?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you spoke to Christian at the hospital, what was his mental and emotional state?
He was visibly shaken, distraught, and I believe his mother showed up at some point.
So after speaking to the three of them, you did not feel that they were drunk.
No, ma'am.
Now, going back to your conversation with the defendant and his story, what was his demeanor when he was speaking to you? How would you describe it?
He was relaxed and respectful. He answered all my questions. He gave me an initial statement and then gave me a more details later on after asking a few more questions. A few more details popped out to him.
That's what we all saw in the video, correct? Did he, he claimed that he was acting in self-defense, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you if he ever called 911?
Not to my recollection, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did he call 911 after being attacked by these people?
I do not believe so.
And are you familiar at all with jujitsu?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are the tenets of jujitsu?
That it was back when I was in elementary school. I just remember the motions and the katas mostly.
Is it a de-escalation technique?
No, ma'am.
But is it something that you're taught to defend yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And someone who knows jujitsu has that at their disposal and wouldn't necessarily, sorry, I'm gonna stop myself. the defendant did admit to having the gun with him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did say that this was over a custody exchange.
Yes, ma'am.
So he brought a gun to a custody exchange.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also hear him state when you were in the room on the video just now that he's never even shot his gun?
That I don't recall.
Okay. I will go back.
I'm trying to collect my thoughts. I'm sorry. I haven't. You still, this clothing right here. Right? Okay. Just the only one? Okay. Where do you keep your ammo in there too?
Honestly, I only have the bullets that in it.
He's going to
Honestly, man, I, for protection, I've never shot it. Remember, it's like, honestly, I just.
Did you hear where he said he's
Yes,
never
ma'am.
shot it?
And I also, he said he never shot it, and then earlier in the vehicle, he said, he doesn't recall if he shot the weapon at that time.
So after you guys finish collecting the evidence, what do you do next?
We collect all the evidence. At that point in this investigation, he was escorted down and taken in the patrol car to South Tower. I concluded my interview in the apartment with Karina, just getting a few more details. All searching stopped though at that point. And then I made a location to the hospital to speak with Mr. Watterson.
And did you said that he was taken to the South Tower. At that time, had you made the decision to arrest him?
Yes, ma'am.
And for what offense?
For aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
So at that time, you did not believe that he had acted in self-defense.
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
Reviewing all statements made and the evidence collected on scene and statements made by David. And the totality of that, I believe the aggravated assault charge was appropriate.
So when you were at the hospital, was there any evidence collected there by Deputy Ibarra?
I'm gonna have to double check that. Do you mind?
Yeah, you can refresh.
My report doesn't state that. I believe photographs, I don't believe clothing or anything was taken at that
Okay.
time.
You recall her taking photographs?
I believe so.
Did you at any point direct her to take any sort of GSR swabs or gunshot residue swabs from Christian?
That I don't recall. I apologize, ma'am.
That's fine. So typically in your line of work, in your experience, if somebody fires a gun next to somebody's head, would you want to swab that person's face for gunshot residue? Or at that point, were you more concerned with the alleged shooters?
I was concerned with the alleged shooters. It stands to reason if I didn't GSR Mr. Watterson, I probably should have. Looking back on that, at the time, I had a lot of other things going on.
Do differently now?
I believe so.
Can I have you speak one at a time, please?
I apologize.
Sorry, Diana. I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. So investigator, when you first started discussing this case, you referred to victims and suspect, correct?
I believe so.
Which presupposes who's in the wrong and who's not. Would you agree with that?
It's the initial assessment upon arrival, yes, sir.
Okay. But the reality is, we don't know who was in the wrong and who was in the right. Matter of fact, we won't have a decision on that until this trial's over.
Yes, sir.
So the fact that you identify people in that fashion, it's more of a way to make sense of what you're talking about in your report. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because a person can physically hit somebody, can shoot at somebody, and still not necessarily commit a crime. Correct?
I see where your line of thought is. Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, we know that this is, would you call it a domestic dispute, or would you call it a dispute over whether or not the child should be turned over under those circumstances?
The initial incident was whether or not the child should be turned over to those circumstances. Everything else after that was bad decisions that continued.
Now, I'm assuming if you've been an officer for a while, you've seen this scenario many, many times.
Yes, sir.
So what governs how parties are supposed to act in regards to exchanging the child and that sort of thing?
As far as just keeping,
Like, what are the
Civil?
rules? What are the rules?
as far as just the exchange,
Yeah,
civil discourse. If they have a problem, they can always go to a police station or a recorded area they feel safe to do the child exchange if they don't feel comfortable in that area.
now, in some cases, if you are an officer responding to this kind of situation, would you want to know, is there a court order that dictates how you're supposed to handle the situation?
Yes, sir. We would ask of those situations if there is a protective order or anything in place.
And isn't it true that Mr. Duenas, at the very beginning of your discussion, explained to you what the timing was and what happens if it passes a certain hour and all of that?
Yes, sir.
But that didn't really factor too much into your evaluation of the situation.
No, sir. At that point, I was there for the assault.
Okay. Well, for the discharging of the weapon to determine if in fact that crime was committed.
Yes, sir.
So did you ever follow up and ask for either copies of the court order, the divorce decree, whatever it may be?
No,
to see
sir.
who was in the right?
I did not feel that that was necessary for this part of the investigation. That was more to do with custody and civil issues.
Okay, so you would concede that what he told you about what the orders say might very well have been true.
Yes, sir.
So if he tells her, I'm not gonna let you take them under these circumstances, he might have been in compliance with the court orders.
Yes, sir.
Did you think it was unreasonable for him to expect her to have a car seat for a 5-year-old child?
Absolutely not. That was very reasonable.
And did you agree with him that there was no place in a single cab for 4 people?
Yes, sir.
But yet she insisted that she was gonna take the child under those circumstances.
Allegedly. There was statements made by both parties that kind of conflict on that, about where those statements were made.
Now, officer, we've had a chance to watch most of, maybe not all of, Mr. Duenas' video statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was taken from your body worn camera.
Yes, sir.
So we have a statement on video of all the other witnesses as well, don't we?
Yes, sir.
From the moment you started talking to Danessa, it's all recorded.
Yes, sir.
And same with Mr. Rodriguez, same with Mr. Watterson.
Yes, sir.
Was there anything illegal about him having that weapon in his home?
No, sir.
Was there anything illegal about him possessing it outside of his home? In the parking lot or in the landing or wherever he was?
No, sir. As long as he kept it holstered, that wouldn't have been an issue.
Now, when you say that you did not accept the explanation of self-defense, you concede you didn't see what happened.
No, sir, I did not.
So let's say, for example, hypothetically, that David's version is correct.
Okay.
That 2 or 3 of them all at one time were confronting him and or assaulting him.
Okay.
Is a warning shot in that scenario unreasonable?
In that scenario, being assaulted by 3 people,
Yes.
possibly not.
And it sounds like part of your evaluation of the case was the fact that there was these 3 people giving a certain version and him giving a different one.
Initially, David gave a different story, and then upon clarification, his statement made it clear. It cleared up a lot of questions I had in my mind about whose statements were true.
So you were able to tell who's telling the truth by the way that he spoke to you?
By the clarification of his statements, yes, sir.
You're gonna have to clarify that for us.
Not a problem, sir. So Danessa's statement is that they saw David outside his apartment. So they pulled to the back of the complex, which is several buildings away from David's building. They then parked to not cause problems, which everyone else agreed on. At that point, Danessa got out of the car and approached David to go and talk to them while the 2 males remained in the car. At that point, according to Danessa, David brushed by her and went to the car. And then by David's statements, he pounded on the windows, or at least knocked on the windows by his statement, by everyone else's statement there. He banged and knocked on the window, which was consistent with the damages found on the window, which are scratches and a palm print, which David admitted was his. At that point, the driver was sitting in the driver's seat, Mr. Watterson. That's where David was by the driver's side, pounding on the window. When Mr. Watterson told David that Christian was Danessa's boyfriend. And if he had a problem, that's where to go. So then he exited or went around the truck to the passenger side and then confronted Christian at that point. So both males were still in the vehicle at that point. David's initial statement was that upon arrival at the truck, he was assaulted by two males. And then Danessa was grabbing the back of his shirt. All those statements are consistent with the injuries. I mean, the ripped shirt, I apologize. When he confronted the passenger, who still wasn't out of the vehicle at that point, Danessa grabbed the back of his shirt, ripping his shirt. At that point, possibly they got out, but he came over to them, starting that issue.
Well, but David's position from the very beginning was, it's late, you guys have been at a bar, and we'll get back to the drinking part in a minute.
I agree. Go ahead.
You don't have a car seat, he's already asleep. All of us are asleep.
Mhm.
Let's do this tomorrow. And she wasn't having it. Is that disputed?
There was no text messages stating that. There was, are you there, come over, etc. per voice message. There was nothing for me to verify any statements made by either that you weren't supposed to come by. David was expecting them. That's why he was outside the apartment waiting for them when they all saw each other.
Okay.
But you're absolutely correct. There should have been a moment where they said we could do this tomorrow. And that's after anything after that was when bad decisions were made.
Are you telling this jury that you never got the explanation from David that he was going to talk to Christian to get his assistance to get this lady off the property and just go home early?
He approached the vehicle stating that Danessa wasn't listening to him. And that's when he started banging on the truck window.
So there's no dispute that Danessa is not wanting to leave without getting her way, right?
She showed up expecting to take custody of her child. At that point, I believe deputy should have been called and he should have remained in his apartment. But again, bad decisions were made.
At any point in your investigation, did you ask for cell phone communications or phone call communications between the two of them so you could see if there was documentation that might help you figure out who to believe?
Yes, sir, I did. I asked David.
Stop talking.
I'm sorry.
Apologize, ma'am. I asked David if he consent to a search of his cell phone. He said there was no text messages besides the one that he spoke about. In hindsight, I should have asked Danessa the same thing to see if there was any text messages on her part to him. That was something I should have fixed and will look into in the future, is make sure I have ample documentation for both parties.
But when you asked him for a cell phone, when you had him detained in the car, he didn't have it on him, did he?
No, sir. No, sir.
And he specifically told you that night that he had texted her about returning the child. And there was at least one exchange.
He said there was text messages, then he clarified and said it was voice messages. And he said there was only the one text message, and that's what I took him at his word for.
But you've never seen it.
No, sir, I did not.
Might that have had any impact on your evaluation of?
If there was some angry text messages, yes, sir. But at that time, I did not have that evidence in front of me.
Okay. So you knew that David and Danessa had been married at one time.
Yes, sir.
So clearly they know each other.
Yes, sir.
And it was his assessment that she was intoxicated.
It was David's assessment. Yes, sir.
Now, describe for the jury the various ways that law enforcement determines whether or not a person's intoxicated.
NFSTs, resting nystagmus, but a lot of those are actually played out because she did have a head injury at that point. She was struck in the head with the pistol, the butt of the pistol. So a lot of those will give us false positives.
So you'll concede none of the evaluation techniques that are available to law enforcement to assess sobriety were employed in this case?
No, sir. Besides our sense of smell, speaking to them, they did not seem intoxicated. They gave consistent statements. They were able to stand. They didn't fall over or anything like that. To give us reasonable belief that their statements wouldn't be valid.
So your testimony is that if somebody's not falling down drunk, then intoxication is not an issue.
They should. There's still a victim. Something happened. We got to find out what it is.
But in addition to the field sobriety test, we have breath testing devices, correct?
Yes, sir. At the South Tower.
we have blood testing techniques,
Yes, sir.
and you employ all of those techniques in evaluating somebody's, whether they're under the influence or not.
Yes, sir.
So tell me if I'm characterizing this wrong. You basically say, I don't see that they're intoxicated. I didn't really investigate that.
I didn't have any reasonable belief to believe that they were intoxicated at that point.
And you agree with me that just because you don't smell alcohol, there's things you can drink that can intoxicate you that don't necessarily put out a smell.
Yes, sir.
And if the jury has seen Vanessa in person and they see her on the video, they might be able to see whether there's some indications, right?
Possibly.
Because
At the time that I was there, I didn't see anything. So,
that's the only time you've ever seen her.
yes, sir. That was the first and only time.
And when you talk about there's not obvious signs, it had been a while since the incident had occurred by the time you got there.
Yes, sir.
And some of them were drinking water.
Yes, sir.
And the excitement and the rush of adrenaline and all the things that occurred can sober you up pretty quick.
I agree with that. Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about the question about, did he admit to you that he fired the gun? He never denied that he fired the gun, correct?
He said he doesn't recall.
Okay. So the answer is no, he never denied firing the gun.
Yes, sir.
And he explained to you why he couldn't recall, because he said he was hit.
Actually, can I clarify that statement, sir? He, in the apartment, we just reviewed the video. He said he's never fired the gun.
Well, in the context of that conversation, isn't he saying that before today, I had never fired this gun?
Maybe that's what he implied, but at the time he said, I've never even fired that gun.
So did you go back to your report and indicate that he made a denial that he ever fired it because of that statement, or you're just remembering that now?
No, sir. When we reviewed the video, that's what came up just now.
Now, David made a point to tell you that his shirt was torn,
Yes, sir, he did.
and he suggested that Vanessa had done that.
Yes, sir.
Did you inquire of her why she was doing that?
I did not, sir.
That seems,
I apologize, sir. During her initial statement to me, I believe she said she pulled his shirt and was striking him to get her off of her boyfriend.
so there's some suggestion, at least even by Vanessa, that her and her boyfriend were both involved in a physical altercation with David.
Yes, sir. She said that David struck her boyfriend first and then her boyfriend struck back. So there was an incident where they both exchanged punches. Whether who punched who first, I don't.
Because if we go back and review David's statement, he says, she's on my back. He's punching me at the same time that she's hitting me from behind. That scenario is not inconsistent with the facts as they played out there. Would you agree?
His statements to me and the lack of injuries I saw would let me know that 3 people didn't assault him.
Okay. That's your belief.
Yes, sir. Through training experience, if you're assaulted by 2 grown men and a smaller stature, Danessa, who he says was on his back or pulling his shirt at all times, and apparently everyone struck the back of his head, there's no redness. There is no bruising. There was no contusions at that time to be observed and photographed.
Now, officer, you're aware that when people get injuries, the physical manifestation, whether it's a bruise or discoloration or swelling, is not always instantaneous.
No, sir.
And you would agree that the fact that you don't see redness or marks does not automatically mean he didn't get hit there.
It could mean that, yes, sir. By the time I spoke to him, it'd been about an hour and a half since the incident. So there should be some swelling or at least redness to be visible. Under my training experience, at least.
Or your belief.
Yes, sir.
But the reality is, we know for a fact that he was hit because Dist admitted to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you tell this jury, I don't believe he was hit because I don't see it, she's saying it happened.
Yes, sir. She said she struck him, and there apparently were blows by the other two gentlemen, but there was no obvious injuries at that point that I could say whether or not. And Danessa is a smaller stature person. Whether or not she could actually hurt him, who's been trained, I don't know.
Well, but also you would agree that we don't measure self-defense by how hard somebody hits you, it's just whether they're hitting you.
That's true.
Now, are you aware of what is in the indictment or the actual language of what Mr. Duenas is accused of?
As far as,
Like, for example, in the count one of the indictment, it says that he pointed the deadly weapon in the direction of Danessa as one of the allegations.
okay, that one I don't believe I wrote down. I did write down that he pointed the weapon in Christian's chest and then struck Danessa with the weapon, and that's what I wrote up. If there were statements prior to my showing up, I don't believe they were made to me about the weapon being pointed at her. I don't recall at this time.
And that's exactly what I'm asking. Is there anything in your investigation where there was a suggestion that he never pointed the gun at her?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. And then it goes on to say striking her with the weapon.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you lay out for the jury the difference between a simple assault, class A misdemeanor versus an assault with a deadly weapon? What is the distinguishing characteristic?
Assault with a deadly weapon. Any assault that happens while he's holding or brandishing a firearm is considered an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And the weapon in the manner of its use.
Okay. So if a person doesn't shoot you with a gun, but they throw it at you or hit you with it, that might still be an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you're defending yourself from somebody who's hitting you from behind and you swing at them and the gun is in your hand and it hits them, that could be an assault deadly weapon.
Yes, sir. In the manner of its use.
Unless self-defense applies.
At that point, he should have just got away. He should have just backed away from the truck containing two grown men and an aggravated woman and notified deputies.
Well, so you saw the location where this altercation took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're between two vehicles,
Several buildings away from his apartment.
but they're between two vehicles.
Yes, sir.
One person's on his back and one person's in front of him.
That I'm not aware of. I believe statements were made that Danessa was pushed down, I think twice or something. But other than that, I don't recall of anybody else falling down besides Christian as he ran.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're suggesting, officer. So when it appears to him that this is getting out of hand and she's jumping on his back and he's coming to her aid from the front, he should just back away and go to his apartment. Or
He
find a
should have
way to
just
get-
backed away once he figured out Danessa was irate, if that's what happened. And then he shouldn't have engaged the other males by any means, especially with a loaded weapon.
And what if she was trying to get inside his apartment and he doesn't want her to go up there?
That's not what happened then, though. He confronted her several buildings away. They were nowhere near his apartment.
Well, officer, you weren't aware that she went to the bottom of the staircase trying to go upstairs. That's where they both first confronted each other.
And that's when he pushed past Danessa and went to the truck where the two males were sitting.
To get her to leave. Possibly.
Possibly. I'll agree with that. Yes, sir.
And we have no independent eyewitnesses, correct?
No, sir. Not that we can find.
No videotape.
No, sir.
So when you went to observe Christian at the hospital, did he have any physical injuries other than his knee?
No, sir. Not that I saw. I believe he was covered in grass, if I can recall, from falling down a hill or stepping off an embankment or something where he injured his knee.
Now, I'm assuming you have firearms training,
Yes, sir.
and you're familiar with what can happen if you're too close to a firearm that's being discharged,
Yes, sir.
whether to your hearing, or to whatever might come out of the gun, right?
Yes, sir.
For example, when a firearm is discharged, besides the projectile, there's also sometimes a flash and or powder, et cetera.
Yes, sir. Gunshot residue. Yes, sir.
Can a person get injured by that if they're right close to it?
The muzzle flash or the powder?
Both.
It could hurt your ears, maybe blind you if you're too close to a certain projectile weapon of a higher caliber. I believe this was a 9mm. They were between two cars, an apartment complex. There shouldn't have been too much noise bouncing off the walls to actually hurt their ears at that point, in my belief.
Even if the person claims they're only a couple of feet away.
That they could be injured by the sound of the gunshot.
Sound or whatever comes out of the muzzle.
That would be a case by case if they have really sensitive ears. I don't know. I'm not a doctor at that point, sir. I apologize.
If you knew that that was the allegation, might you have done a swab on Christian, either his torso, his face, his arm, whatever?
Yes, sir. If I believe he was close enough, from his statements and the other people's statements, once the gun was brandished, he took off like a shot.
Okay. Now, in the pictures, we see that behind the cars where the truck was positioned, there's another row of cars parked in the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we see where the shell casing wound up.
Yes, sir.
From your knowledge, if you know, how far can a casing be dislodged from the weapon in a situation like this?
It all depends in the scuffle. Standard weapon, say mine, I don't know about his Springfield subcompact. It might have a larger or shorter range. I don't know, but usually about 2-3 feet, but then it bounces on the ground, rolls. I believe there was a slight incline. Cars, people's feet, they can all dislodge that shell casing from the original location.
Okay. Now, was any effort or discussion undertook about trying to see whether or not the projectile actually hit anything across the parking lot?
We reviewed and canvassed as best we could as far as the apartment building. I didn't believe there was anything beyond that fence, and I'd have to go back, maybe Google Maps or something to review that. But at that point, we didn't have any calls, 911 calls that a projectile entered a house or a vehicle or anyone was injured. At that point, we didn't have any belief that anyone was injured with that projectile.
If it had hit something, it would give us a better idea of the trajectory. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. And there'd be more charges involved with that.
Okay. Or we might find out that maybe it was discharged into the air.
Yes, sir. That's a possibility also.
So hypothetically, under this fact pattern, if the firearm had been discharged upright into the air and not in the direction of a person, is that still aggravated assault?
Yes, sir. Because there was an initial assault, which is the first part of the aggravated assault, and then he actually brandished the weapon. That's all that's needed for an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
If he's not justified in brandishing it because he's defending himself.
There's situations that come up. Yes, sir.
Well, I just want to make sure that jury's understood. It's not an automatic that you brandish a gun, you get charged.
No, sir. If he has different patterns, like you were saying, the assault charge, if he was getting jumped at that point, he brandished the weapon, but then he also fired the weapon. From statements made, as soon as he brandished the weapon, people were trying to get away from him, and then he discharged the weapon. Those were statements made by Duenas and Mr. Watterson at the time. I didn't speak to Christian until later on at the hospital.
So, and I know I already asked the question, but now that you kind of filled out the scenario, let's assume there's one or two, or well, there's 2 or 3 people engaging with him, and he feels the only way to stop it is to shoot the firearm into the air. If that's all he did is shoot it into the air under that circumstance, would that be an aggravated assault deadly weapon? In your opinion, I know it might be a legal question, but
There's other charges involved, but no, it wouldn't have been aggravated assault with a deadly weapon if those specific incidences happened in that order.
and you would concede that in this scenario, we have the 3 people's word against his word as to how exactly it played out.
Yes, sir. with the evidence also.
Well, you're not suggesting, officer, that there's anything in the physical evidence that suggests one person's version is more truthful than another.
There was alternate facts that Mr. David Nunez advised me. So the initial statement was that he approached the truck and was then assaulted by two men. Upon clarification is when he banged or knocked on the driver's side window, depending on who you want to listen to. And we have several statements that said he came up and started banging aggressively, and then went around to the passenger side where the incident happened.
That's the witness, Judge.
State.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or view anything. You're only allowed to speak to attorneys for the state or the defense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
They called Deputy Ibarra.
Diana, were the exhibits left with you?
No,
Excuse me, the exhibits that came through him, does he have those? Oh, the jurors, you have the exhibits, okay. You can take a seat here. Thank you. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. Just make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Christina Ibarra.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and kind of get your microphone set up?
I'm Deputy Ibarra, Christina. I'm assigned to the crime scene unit for Bexar County,
How long have you worked for Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
approximately over 9 years.
What duties have you been assigned to?
I started off at the Bexar County Jail. I worked there for 3 years. Then I went to the LE side. I did patrol for 3 years. I was assigned here to the courthouse for approximately a year and a half. Then I've been with crime scene for a little over a year and a half as well.
What time, do you recall the date you started with the crime scene unit?
I believe it was July 22nd of 2022.
Okay, so July 2022. What kind of duties do you perform as a CSI?
Well, I'll process crime scene. We get called out. I'll take photographs on scene, mark and collect evidence per the investigator. And then if they need me to do swabs, I'll do those as well.
Do you decide what evidence to collect, or are you directed in that regard?
I'm directed by the investigator.
Do you recall an incident from September 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Involving the defendant David Duenas?
Yes.
And how were you involved in that case?
I was called to be the crime scene deputy or technician for that scene.
So what time do you know what time you arrived at the scene?
I can't recall them.
Did you write a report?
Yes, ma'am.
And with looking at your report, refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
It's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit number 23. We can go ahead and flip through this. And is this the report that you wrote?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can go ahead and look at it to refresh your memory, just don't read directly from it, okay?
Yes.
So looking at your report, approximately what time did you get dispatched to the scene?
2,300 hours.
Would that be 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Were other officers already on scene?
Yes.
Is that typical where you get dispatched later on?
Yes.
So what happened once you arrived at the scene?
Once I arrive, I'll either speak to the first responding unit, and I'll speak to the investigator as well, and they'll give me a synopsis of what occurred at the incident.
And at this time, or once you arrived at the scene, who did you confer with?
Investigator Lopez?
Did he give you directions on what types of evidence you wanted collected?
Yes. He advised me to take photographs on scene, and I believe the parking lot area was blocked off with crime scene tape. So there was the shell casing he advised me to collect.
Where was that shell casing located?
I don't recall what building number it was by, but it was located a little bit behind a vehicle that was in the parking lot.
All right, so it was outside.
Yes.
And in addition to collecting that evidence, you also take photos of that evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as state's exhibits number 24 and 25. Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes.
And what generally is in these photographs?
Showcasing.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that night and took photos of?
Yes, ma'am.
After pending any objection from defense, we're offering state's exhibits number 24 and 25.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 24 and 25 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm showing you what's been marked as and entered as state's exhibit number 24. Can you describe what's in this photograph?
It's just an overall, I guess, view of the scene. And then I've marked off what I would, I guess, evidence.
Okay, and is that what I'm pointing at here in the center of the photograph?
Yes,
Number
ma'am.
one. And is that marking the shell casing you were describing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now looking up in the upper left-hand corner of the photograph, is that a red vehicle, a red truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also take photographs of that truck?
I believe I did.
Is this the truck that was involved in this altercation, if you can recall?
I can't recall, but I would have taken an overall photograph of the area.
And then showing you what's been marked in exhibit, marked in exhibit number 25. Oh, what's in this photograph?
A shell casing.
And is this the shell casing you were describing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you collect the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
What did you mark this? How do you, when you go about collecting, how do you collect the evidence?
Once I typically take overall photographs, if there's something physically there, I'll mark it so that we know not to disturb it. If the investigator tells me to collect it, I'll collect it. And since I marked that as one, I'll try to stay in sequential order, and I marked it probably as E1.
And in this case, did you collect that shell casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mark it as?
E1.
And once you mark and collect it, what did you do with E1 specifically?
I would have put it in a manila envelope and then just kept it in my possession until I was done with the scene.
Okay, and once you're done with the scene, what do you then do?
I would
with
have
the
taken it,
evidence?
I would have taken it back to the property room. Depending on whether the investigator wants me to do post-production photographs, I might take it back out and take I guess, clearer photographs of it, or maybe the stamp head of it.
Okay, and in this case, did you take any post-collection photographs?
I can't recall if I did.
But it's surprising to learn if you did not.
Yes.
So once you take it, you then enter it into the property room. you
Yes.
said. And then did you bring that, or did you bring E1 with you?
Yes, I did.
How did you go and pick up E1?
I have to email the property room and let them know that I'm going to be taking evidence out of the property room. So then I have it with me. It's in another manila envelope.
And so you pick it up from the property room, you said?
Yes.
And then do you transport it yourself
Yes.
here to the courthouse?
Yes.
Does it ever leave, has it left your possession at all once you've been in the courthouse?
Depending on I guess the time frame, I did have another CSU deputy take the items out for me, and then he handed them to me.
Oh, is that at the property room?
Yes.
Okay, and then are you given kind of a receipt of evidence acknowledging that you checked that out?
Wait till she finishes her question. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Diana. Now, did you, when you checked it, oh, sorry, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you bring the evidence with you in this bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you could take out what was E1. So this is the E1, as you're saying, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at this, is this a label that you made or Bear County Crime Lab made?
The crime lab made that label.
And so when you checked it in, how do you, is this the envelope that you put it in, or is this another envelope?
No, that appears to be a different envelope.
Okay, is that common?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
Usually when the evidence is submitted, the investigator, whoever's working on the case, wants the item to be further examined or tested, then they'll send off the paperwork, and the crime lab will be the ones to open up that evidence and repackage it.
And then they're the ones that will kind of sign off on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but this is marked as E1, and then it is said to contain, that's what you've labeled as the shell casing, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna leave that right here for right now. After you collected E1, which we established was the shell casing, is there any other evidence that you collected?
Yes, ma'am.
What else did you collect?
I was advised by Investigator Lopez to collect a gunshot residue kit from David Duenas.
And how does that work?
It's another enclosed envelope. There are 2 stubs in there. I would already have gloves on, but another pair of gloves come in that little envelope. So I would put the gloves on, and then on each of the stubs, there is a sticky side. So I would have just, I guess like a stamp, say, use it to try to collect any residue that may have been on his hands.
Okay. And then you completed a GSR kit on David Duenas.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that marked as?
E2.
And did you also take that to the crime lab or to evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring that with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you the one who went and checked it out?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the GSR, was there any other evidence you were directed to collect?
Yes, after Investigator Lopez got a consent to search premises, I did collect 2 more items of evidence.
And what were those items?
E3, which were gray Nike sweatpants and a black shirt. And then E4 was a firearm.
And how did you go about collecting them?
I would take initial photographs of the premises, and then Mr. Duenas pointed out where the items were. I would try to take a close-up photograph of it as well, and then bag it in a brown paper bag and take them back to the property room.
And you were the one who checked the E3 and E4 into the property room, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you retrieve them and bring them today?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor. Now, when you were collecting and photographing the evidence inside the apartment, was anyone else present? Do you remember?
I'm not sure if that was his girlfriend and maybe a few children in the residence.
Okay. And Your Honor, you said I could approach, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 26, number 27, and number 28. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these photographs that you took that night?
Yes,
And are they photographs that contain pictures of E4 or E3 and E4?
yes,
And are they a fair and accurate representation of what they looked like when you collected them? We're tendering to defense, otherwise offering state's exhibits 26, 27, and 28.
No objection, gentlemen.
Right, state's exhibits 26, 27, and 28 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
County has been marked and admitted state exhibit number 26. Now here kind of in the center left side of the photograph, what do you see?
gray sweatpants,
And is that what you collected as E3?
yes,
And showing you what's been marked and admitted as state's exhibit number 27. What's in this photograph?
it's a black, case,
Okay, the black, is this the black gun case?
yes,
And then showing you what's been marked and admitted as state's exhibit number 28. Is this inside that black gun case?
yes,
And what's in this gun case?
it's a firearm and a magazine,
And is this what you collected as E4?
yes,
Now, when you collected the gun, do you also take note of serial number or anything like that?
yes,
And looking at this, did you mark down the serial number? If you want to refresh your memory.
yes.
And what was the serial number?
Bravo Alpha 369318.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So we've already talked about the fact that you brought E1 and you also brought E2 and E3 and E4, correct?
Yes,
Okay, if you can go ahead and pull them out. So this is contained, what's this labeled as containing?
E2 and E3,
Okay, and does E2, does this describe the same E2 that you described?
yes.
And what is that?
The GSR kit collected from David Duenas.
Okay, and then for E3, does this match with your description of what E3 was?
Yes, the gray Nike sweatpants and a black t-shirt.
And then bringing up E4. Does this match and describe what you described as E4, labeled as E4?
Yes,
And what is that?
it's the 9mm firearm.
Okay, and is your name anywhere on this?
Yes, the evidence label.
Stated as recovered by you, is that correct?
Yes,
And was there a case number associated with your report?
yes,
And what was that? And do all cases with Bear County get case numbers?
yes.
And what case number was on your report?
2022-01-8863.
Okay, and on looking at E4, what is the case number associated on here?
2022-01-8863.
Okay. And then looking at the bag containing E2 and E3, is there a case number on here?
Yes, it's 22-01-8863.
And looking at the envelope containing E1, is there a case number on here?
Yes, 22-01-8863.
And do all of these match the Bear County case number associated with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, we would like to offer into evidence. The number there?
We are gonna be on, starting at State's Exhibit number 29.
State's exhibit number 29, 30, and 31. Are there any objection from defense?
Well, Judge, can she tell me which one is 29, 30?
29 is going to be the envelope containing E1, the shell casing. 30 will be the bag containing E2 and E3. And then 31 will be the box containing E4. which is the handgun.
Well, then, since I don't know what's in there, I don't know if I have an objection.
All right. State.
We can open them, Your Honor, and see if there's any objection.
Yes. And are you starting with State's Exhibit 29?
Yes, Your Honor. Putting on gloves first. So is this currently sealed?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 29? And is it labeled with what type of evidence tag or evidence seal?
It's from the Bear County Crime Lab evidence.
Go ahead and cut at the top. Where it is also sealed with what?
Tape.
So inside is another smaller envelope. And then what is on here? Does this also have your name on here?
Yes.
And then is it also labeled as E1?
Yes.
Does this look more like the envelope that you originally put it in?
Yes.
Okay, so is this the envelope you put the
Yes.
shell casing in?
And just one moment. Defense, if you would like to move around you're more than welcome to do so.
And is there a case number written at this top?
Yes.
What is that case number?
2022-01-8863.
Does that match the case number from this offense?
Yes.
So looking over here, did you sign off on anywhere on this envelope?
Yes.
Where did you sign off?
On the evidence tape and the manila envelope.
And is that what you do once you've sealed something?
Yes.
Just gonna open this one. We're gonna open the second envelope, heading through the evidence tape.
Yes. Yes. All right. Everyone, just one moment. We're going to take a break. Excuse me. Wait 1 second. All right. We're going to take a break and we'll finish up with this witness. Is that if everyone is okay to finish this witness? Remember my previous instructions. All right. And I'll have you all back here in 10-15 minutes. All right. Please rise for the jurors.
noted. So what it is that we'll put, I'll have you sign off there, like that you received this from her, and then sign off here. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And Ray, whenever whenever you all need to move around to see something, just feel free to do it.
Okay, Judge, I appreciate it.
The yellow one. Both of these, yeah, okay, sounds good. Just put that down here for right
Oh, and just so everybody knows, and I'll discuss y'all with the time frame of how late we'll go on Friday in a moment. All right, we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated and state it is still your witness.
Thank you, Judge. So I just opened, you good? Okay, so I just opened this, and I'm gonna kind of open this and I want to take a look inside. And what is inside that envelope?
A shell casing?
And this is the shell casing you collected for E1?
Yes,
And does it look substantially the same and substantially similar to when you collected it?
yes,
And at this time, Your Honor, we would like to offer State's Exhibit 1 if you wanted to, or State's Exhibit 29 if you wanted to come up and look at this.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit number 29 is admitted without objection.
Go ahead and take this out. And is this the shell casing we were just talking about?
yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Hold it under here. So this is the shell casing that was collected by you as E1, correct?
Yes.
Got the envelopes. Now turning to State's Exhibit number 30, the bag containing E2 and E3, correct?
Yes.
If you could go ahead and open the top for me.
It should be.
Yeah. It is, there's a zip
When I
tie.
admit it, it is.
Okay.
Put it in the box.
And there's a zip tie I can feel.
Oh,
Yeah.
just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I promise not to go crazy. Tape. So inside. Oh. There two, another plastic or another paper bag, and then this smaller bag, correct?
Yes.
And what is this one labeled as?
E2,
Okay, and what is E2 marked down for you?
the Arrowhead forensic gunshot residue kit collected from David Duenas.
And did you mark on here your name?
Yes.
And then is it sealed with evidence tape by you?
Yes.
And how do you know it's by you?
My initials and badge number are on there as well as the date.
Let me go ahead and grab the scissors. And go ahead and roll it up. You want to go ahead and take it anyway? inside. And what is inside of this?
The little tubes for the GSR kit.
Okay, and are these the same tubes that you use to swab the David Duenas?
Yes,
And are they the same as substantially similar as when you put them in here?
yes,
And Your Honor, we had marked the bag containing safety exhibit or E2 and E3 is 30, but since there's two different things, I'm going to mark the actual GSR kit as states exhibit number 32, just so the record's clear.
To make the record very clear,
Yes,
if you could mark it perhaps 30A.
38, yes, Judge. So at this point, we're going to offer states exhibit number 30A into evidence.
I understand those are the swabs from the GSR judge.
Yes.
No objection.
All right, then States Exhibit 30A is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, granted.
So these are the tubes that you put the swabs in, correct?
yes.
Okay, and how big are they, like Q-tips? What type of swabs are they?
The orange part itself, they come apart and there's a sticky side to the orange cap.
Okay.
So that's the actual, I guess,
The actual little swab.
stub that I'm using to swab his hand.
So if you look down in here, is that black object you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay, and so you just, what do you do with these once you have the little orange tab out? You just kind of run it over what you want to swab?
I'll
It's okay.
I'll tap on his hand to try to collect any residue that may be there.
Okay. And then do you also label them from left and right hand?
Those labels are already on there, so
Okay, and so you just use that when you just swipe the different hands?
yes.
As you can see, the green is labeled left hand, the red is right hand, correct?
Yes.
And then looking down into it, those little black discs, that's what you're talking about, is the part that actually kind of picks up the GSR if there's any.
Yes.
And then the orange part's what holds it.
Yes.
So I'm gonna mark the second bag in here as states exhibit 30B. Pulled out of 30. Much harder to put less on the second time. Is there a label on this? What's in marked as suit 30B?
Yes.
And what is the item number for this one?
E3.
And is that match your E3 that you collected?
Yes.
And what was that?
Gray Nike sweatpants and black t-shirt.
At this time, we're gonna offer states exhibit 30B into evidence. And then the exception.
Judge, we can open and make sure that's what's in there, then.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Right. I'll move this aside for you. Are these the sweatpants and t-shirt that you collected? And there's also. Like, you can move. Then, there were two other envelopes in here, and these are GSR stuff taken from the clothing, correct?
Those I did not. That is from the Bear County Crime Lab. Okay. So that would have probably been their testing on the items.
Okay, so they would, how does that work? Do they go and they take their own samples from the clothing?
Yes.
Okay, so you did not do these swaps.
No.
Will be separate. These two. 30B1, 30B2. These were not yours, these were from the front lab, correct?
Correct.
But the two pieces of clothing in here. These are the clothing that you collected.
Yes.
Now, when someone from the crime lab does any sort of testing on it, would they change anything or would they just do a swab? If they're just testing for GSR, do you know?
I'm not sure.
Looking at them right here, are these in the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
You would offer states exhibit 30B, but not yet 30B1 and B2.
All right, State's Exhibit 30B is admitted without objection.
Go ahead and take this out. And this is the T-shirt of Mr. Duenas that you collected.
Yes.
Showing permission to publish.
Granted.
As I already have. This looks like to be the back of the T-shirt. Mr. Duenas. And this is front of the T-shirt. Mr. Duenas. Looking at this, do you see any tearing or ripping on this T-shirt on the back?
No.
And do you see any tearing or ripping on this T-shirt in the front?
No.
And then these are the sweatpants, correct?
Yes.
That were collected. Show you guys the front. And the back. I'm looking at, these are a little longer. Looking at the front of these sweatpants, do you notice any rips or tears on these?
No.
Looking at the back of these sweatpants, do you notice any rips or tears on these?
No.
Okay, and then let's mark the 31. Go ahead. We want carefully open this. The opening inside here. Is this the gun case that you collected?
Yes,
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition to when you collected it?
yes,
Also inside this box, we have a secured, if you will want to know, a secured handgun. Is this the handgun that you collected that day?
yes,
And is it in the same or substantial condition as when you collected it?
yes,
And then we also have what looks like an empty clip. Is this the same clip that you collected that day?
yes,
And is in the same or similar condition to when you collected it?
yes,
From you, the shell casing or the,
and the ammunition.
okay, this is the ammo. So you also collected ammunition, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And go ahead. These are the still live rounds, correct?
yes,
Okay. And are these in the same or substantially similar condition to when you collected them?
yes,
And finally, we have this tiny matchbox.
sure,
Whenever a test fire is done by the crime lab, would they package it separately?
yes,
Okay. Okay. If defense wants to come up, they can. Otherwise, we would seek to admit state exhibit number
30B1.
31. No, this one's 31
Okay,
for the gun.
Judge, if I can take a more dire on this issue.
yes.
But council asked you, the item in the same condition as when you collected them.
yes,
But weren't the live rounds in the clip?
they were,
So then that's been changed.
yes,
And you suggested that there may have been some test firing of the weapon?
yes,
Okay, so clearly that happened after you took possession.
yes,
So the number of rounds that have been expended may be different than when you collected it.
no. Can I continue speaking? I'm sorry. When I collected the items, I take the ammunition out of the magazine. That way I can get a count of them. And I put them in the envelope.
So how many did you count?
I believe 9.
How many does it hold?
Mm,
So it's in the same condition except for the fact that you took the rounds out of the clip.
yes.
And if they test fired it, they would have used separate ammo.
To my knowledge, sir, I'm not sure how they test fire it.
You're not even sure if they did that.
There's a smaller box containing, I guess, evidence that they did.
Okay, so there's some items in that box that contain the pistol that are not what you collect,
Yes,
and we're not offering that.
No, I will be marking that one as 31B. Or 31A, 31A.
Judge, with that clarification, we have no objection to 31.
All right. Are you offering?
31, yes.
All right, State's Exhibit number 31 is admitted into evidence without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
So as we all saw, the photos, is this the gun case that was collected?
yes,
And this is the envelope you just talked about putting the live rounds in, correct?
yes,
So go ahead and count how many are in there for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay. And then is this the clip that you were talking about that you unloaded?
Yes,
Okay. And then just noting that this is secured to the box with a zip tie. This is the gun that you recovered, correct?
Yes.
And other than taking the photographs and giving the evidence, is there anything else that you did on this case?
No, ma'am, not that I recall.
And I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
So following up on my last question, do you know whether or not that clip holds 10 rounds?
In my report, I put that it was a 10 capacity magazine.
Okay. Is there any way for you to tell whether or not that gun has ever been discharged?
No,
And there was no other ammunition found in the house?
not that I recall.
So if the magazine was full and there was one discharged, there should be 9 left.
Yes.
Now, in some cases, when you have an assault, are you instructed by the investigator to take pictures of the hands of people that might be suspects in an assault case?
Yes,
And what is the purpose of that?
to show or not show whether that person has injuries or anything on their hands.
For example, if a person were to punch another person in the face, they could get bruising, scratches, some indication of that, correct?
Yes.
Was that done for Danessa?
Photographs of her hands?
Yes.
I can't recall.
What report did you bring with you today?
My supplemental incident report. Well, I didn't bring it. This was given to me.
Okay. Well, do you recognize that as being a complete copy of your report?
Yes.
Would you normally list in there all evidence that you photographed or collected?
Yes.
So after reviewing that report, is it your belief that you took pictures of Danessa's hands?
I took photographs of her, but I didn't specify whether it was on her hands as well.
What about anybody else's hands in this case?
No.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 22. Is that one of your photographs?
I believe so.
Just looking at it, how would you be able to tell?
By holding the scale up against, I guess, what we would have called a wound or any kind of abrasion.
Can you describe for the jury how you set up that picture to be taken?
I believe I had my trainer with me as well, who is also a CSU deputy. So I had him hold up the scale so that I can take a photograph of it.
And why that specific spot?
They were either complaining of pain or that, like I said, if it was red or bruised.
So you don't have a recollection about why you took that specific spot?
No.
Are you sometimes given direction by the investigator?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, Mr. Duenas was handcuffed, correct?
Yes.
At any point, did they take the cuffs off so that he could show you where he wanted you to take a picture?
No.
Did you ever at any time have a conversation with him or ask him a question? Where do you feel pain or where should I take the picture?
As far as Mr. Duenas is?
Yes, correct.
I can't recall.
Is it fair to say that more likely than not, that picture was taken in that fashion because the investigator instructed you to do that?
Yes.
Do you have something in your report that indicates how many photos you took?
Mm. Yes,
How many did you take?
123.
And where would we find those photos?
Not in my report, you mean physically?
Yes.
Or what I do with them? I email them to the investigator and I also burn them onto a disk for our CSU copy
Okay. And where is that disc located?
in our property room.
And so how do you share them with the state? Like, let's say you want to give them a set of copies before the trial happens.
I think that's the investigator who does that, or they get it from them.
Okay. So you have a digital camera, correct?
Yes,
So can you just download them off the camera and send them to the investigator?
yes,
And do you purposely, like, at the end of your job, do that?
yes,
And then once he gets it, he can forward them to somebody else.
yes.
If you look at the picture itself, is there a way for you to discern that that's part of the group of pictures you took on a particular day?
Not by just looking at this,
So you'd have to go back to the disc.
either the disc or look through what I have saved.
Or is there a computer file somewhere?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
While she's looking for that, because it's digital, is there a way to enhance the details of the photos after they're taken?
I'm not sure.
Well, and maybe I'm not using the right terms, but let's say, for example, you take a picture with your phone. If you want to see the person up closer, you can just physically move the screen and make the picture closer, right?
Yes,
Or move it to where you can see a certain part of the picture with greater emphasis.
yes.
Can we do that with the photographs that you took in this instance?
Once I take them, I send them off to the investigator as is. I don't manipulate the photo or enhance them.
Well, hypothetically, there's a picture in there where a person says, I have an injury there, and somebody else says, I don't see that injury. Could we enhance that photograph to help clarify that question?
While I'm taking the photograph, yes, I can zoom in with it and take the photo.
So my question is, how about after the fact? How could we do that?
I'm not sure.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Appendix Exhibit number 4. that appear to be part of the number of pictures you took on this particular case?
Yes,
In other words, can you tell based on the way that the person's dressed, for example, and the hairstyle?
yes,
Would you agree with me that in number 4, there appears to be redness or marking around his ear or in back of his ear?
yes,
Okay. Now, so that's my question specifically. If we wanted to amplify or see that more clearly, is that possible?
yes.
And how do we actually do that? Would we have to go back to your camera and manipulate it that way, or is it downloaded to a program that lets you do that?
I'm not sure. If you're speaking about trying to view the photos, I would assume you'd be able to zoom into them, if that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
But on this one, it just appears like someone was trying to shine their light and help me, and it whitewashed it. So
So if, in comparison to defense exhibit number 4, we look at state's exhibit number 22, one seems to not indicate injury or redness or markings, and the other one does. Do you
Yeah.
agree with that?
yes,
So if somebody looks at one picture and not the other, you might come to the conclusion they had no injuries.
yes,
But if you look at both of them, you might say, well, maybe they did.
yes,
And if we look at the other 100 and whatever, we might have a whole different impression as well.
yes.
But we couldn't necessarily amplify them for the jury other than to maybe with their little device over there, zoom in on.
Try to magnify it with that. Yes.
That's we'd offer number 4.
I'm sorry,
We'd offer defense exhibit number 4.
any objection?
No, you're on.
All right, defense exhibit number 4 is admitted without objection.
Now, is it that part of your job does not entail you communicating directly with people that are in custody, that you don't ask him to point out to you directly where his injury is?
No.
Because if somebody has a bump on their head or a place where they're feeling pain,
I would normally ask them, and if they're able to, if they can point it out to me as well.
but in a case where somebody's cuffed in front of their body, they can't point to the back of their head in that situation, right?
No,
And you wouldn't normally ask the officer to uncuff somebody or do something differently unless the officer asked you to do that first. Is that fair?
yes,
Would you also agree with me that in a scenario when the person's in cuffs in the possession of the police officer, they can't just decide when they're cuffed and when they're not?
no,
I'll pass it to the judge.
State,
Just a few, Your Honor, may I approach?
yes.
It's already been marked and admitted as state exhibit number 1. And did you take that photograph?
yes,
Okay, and is that of one of the complainants in this case?
yes,
Okay. So showing you, it's been marked as 32.
That is correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as state exhibit number 32. Do you recognize what's in this photograph?
yes,
Okay, and is this a photograph you took of the complainant Duenas' hands?
yes,
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of how she appeared that night?
yes,
And Your Honor, at this point, we're gonna offer state exhibit number 32 into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit number 32 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Shiny was been marked and admitted as exhibit for number 32. You just said these were Duenas' hands taken that night, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And from what you can tell, does she have any broken nails, any blood, any injuries on her hands?
no,
Does she have any bruising or cuts on her hands?
no.
Show you, I'm marking. It's exhibit number 33 and 34. And do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes,
And who is in those photographs? It's okay if you don't know his name. Is this the male victim from that night?
yes,
And were these photos taken at the hospital?
yes,
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what he looked like that night?
yes.
Permission, or at this point, we're gonna offer state's exhibits number 33 and 34.
Judge, we would object as being misleading. They don't really show his hands in a way that you can examine some totality as the other picture does.
All right, if I could see State's Exhibit 33 and 34.
And they are also just.
All right, State's Exhibit 33 and 34 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm gonna show you is 34. This is as you said, the male victim Christian at the hospital, correct?
Yes,
And then 33 is kind of a closer up one. You can kind of see a better shot of his hands, correct?
yes,
Okay, not very close, but closer. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So looking at 33 and 34, granted they're nowhere near as close as the ones of Vanessa, do you notice any injuries or markings on his hands?
not that I can see.
And in your experience as a CSI, when you take photos and all of this, do you do the whole TV thing of let me enhance the photos and zoom in and all of that? Or do you just take the photos and submit them as is?
I just take the photos and submit them as is.
Ask the witness.
Defense.
Do you have any specialized training to be able to interpret or read these photographs?
Can you rephrase that as far as
Like, for example, when we ask you a question, do you see an injury? You don't have specific medical training to where you can look at the photograph and determine whether or not there was any trauma to that part of the body, correct?
correct, sir?
You're just giving your opinion, just like anybody else would have one by looking at it.
Yes,
For example, the picture of Vanessa's hands on their left hand along her pinky, it seems like there's a lot of redness in that area. But that may be my interpretation and it could be different from yours.
true.
But in a situation where an officer is making a determination about whether to charge somebody with a crime based on a photograph, wouldn't it be better to have the best photograph available?
The investigator is able to zoom into the photos, and I think they look at the totality of the circumstances, not just my photo.
So you're saying that when you send a photo to the investigator, he can manipulate them on the computer to get a better look if he wants to.
I think they can zoom into it, but
That's all I mean, to make it larger and easier to look at.
yes,
Okay. Because you just told us you took 100 and how many pictures?
123.
123, and you took 2 pictures on the back of his head.
I'm not sure if that's what I did, but
Well, how would we find out the answer to that question?
can look through all the photos. I can't specify how many photos I took of this certain person or that.
I'm just trying to make it simple for the jury to understand what we can and can't do. So we literally would have to go through the 100 and some odd photos and just look and count them.
Yes, sir.
But there's no reason to believe that the set of photos I got is any different than the set that the investigator got or that the state got.
No, sir.
So if I counted two, there's probably only two.
Yes, sir.
And in one of the two, you've got a ruler covering a part of his head where the pictures and or alleged injuries occurred.
Yes.
That's what it's.
No questions, Your Honor. All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall, Judge, please.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you. We will be back here at 11 tomorrow because I have a docket in the morning. These are my instructions. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. If you see anything, you are to disregard it. If anyone wants to speak to you about this case, you are to disregard it. You're still to keep your badges visibly displayed so that if somebody's talking about perhaps this case, they'll know that you're a juror and will stop. You are not allowed to start deliberating internally with yourself or with anyone else. I'll let you know when it's time to begin deliberation. You are not to do any investigation in this case. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, so off the record, I'm asking you all to come in for us to start at 11. Because no jurors are called up on Fridays, there'll be more space at the garage. All right. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.